sometime we can hook up, hang out, just chill. I'm not trying to pressure you, just can't stop thinking about you. You ain't even really gotta be my girlfriend. I just wanna know your name, and maybe sometime we can hook up, hang out, just chill. Ba-da-dum-dum, ba-da-dum, just chill.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
My bad habit, keep you on the low. Don't want nobody to know where you're coming from. When I can't have it, boy, it's been too long. Want you here where you belong with me. My bad habit, keep you on the low. Don't want nobody to know where you're coming from. When I can't have it, boy, it's been too long. Want you here where you belong with me. I know it's been crazy, it's just that you make me feel so alive. You got this feeling to progress while I'm trying to forget. Now you got me running, but I feel you coming. I can't resist. Got this singing in my soul, calling out for you to hold. Shouldn't waste my energy, 'cause you're no good for me. Bad habit, keep you on the low. Don't want nobody to know where you're coming from. When I can't have it, boy, it's been too long. Want you here where you belong with me. My bad habit, keep you on the low. Don't want nobody to know where you're coming from. When I can't have it, boy, it's been too long. Want you here where you belong with me. Boy, I know you're looking for a good time. Can't deny that you're running through my mind. Feel your energy creeping up inside of me. Love me when you want me now. It's time to give me everything that I want, not what I need. Baby, all you do gets me so good indeed. Yeah, trying to run, trying to break free. Mission so impossible when you're next to me. Shouldn't waste my energy, 'cause you're no good for me. Bad habit, keep you on the low. Don't want nobody to know where you're coming from. When I can't have it, boy, it's been too long. Want you here where you belong with me. My bad habit, keep you on the low. Don't want nobody to know where you're coming from. When I can't have it, boy, it's been too long. Want you here where you belong with me.
Pretty baby, hey pretty baby, you got that thing that make guy and I go crazy, yeah. Just to let you know, you're so wrong but so right. A flood to your life, you sing lullabies. You make guy and I go crazy, yeah. And you are my fix. Jump off my ship and I'll swim straight to it, yeah. Pleasure Island, fun in the sun. Honey, you are the siren, baby. It's getting late, I must go. Get off this rock before you claim my soul, no. But let me reason with my reason. I love the sun and the moon, so the flowers that bloom, clouds in the sky, just living alive. I must manifest, I really feel death. The death in itself is an animal. Lyrics are tuned on this freedom confess. Lyrics are tuned on this freedom confess. Firm petal in the flesh, chanting them down to the depth. When they make it down, we come back around. For the beautiful soul on his head, like a dream you shall never forget.
My bad habit, keep you on the low. Don't want nobody to know
sombranza e zuita saluda antes de niga radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi con una sugi airi preba tu la noche nai banderata caigui pues atan fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat para i honra para i gloria abiba is la sin para y honra, para y gloria, abiba is la sin para. Todo y tiempo y paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition. Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
day. Wrote down all the things I said, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. Oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, hey. The way you look tonight, that second glass of wine got me thinking. There's something about the kiss. Boy, you didn't mean it. Got me thinking. I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling. Oh, it's time you hear it. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. You know, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me, and I belong to you. You're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Hi, Jason.
Good morning. Great comment so far by Jose Tetpahago Jr. Good morning, everybody. Stay positive.
That's it, but not COVID positive. As the joke everyone says nowadays. Hey, keep it positive, but test negative. Good morning, guys. It's 6:18, Wednesday. Hump Day.
We got a comment from Graham Washington. Best internet handle ever. Ton Duk Duk.
Uncle Ton Duk Duk. Good morning.
I wonder how they would call someone.
It's
like you're outside
ton,
playing.
ton, 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 ton. It's 6:20. Good morning,
Good
guys.
morning, everybody.
The link. We're here. This is Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joe, Sir, and you guys. The main ingredient. 637-0094. It's proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. I know things are serious because my hands are starting to get like they were last year with all the cleaning, sanitizer, spray stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
You getting those COVID hands, Bree?
Yeah.
Always. She always. Bree uses 109% alcohol in all of her sprays.
Or you just go to the gas station and you're like, they're like, oh, you want to fill up? It's like, no, can I just have 47 cents? And then straight from the nozzle.
Great. That's it.
That's a joke, by the way. Don't try that, everybody.
Yeah, please. Good morning. We had Superintendent John Fernandez coming on the show this morning. When is face-to-face instruction going to start again? Who knows? It could be announced tomorrow and then unannounced, and we don't know. So, but we did have Bree. I'm sure you remember. We did have a couple bus drivers on yesterday,
Yeah, we did.
and they had said that they heard that school was going to start up on Monday. And I said, well, where did you hear that from? Is it like from the director? And they said, no, it's a rumor. So I don't know if that's a rumor because the governor went out and announced that face-to-face would start, and then she like 180'd and unannounced it, and people are still thinking it's going to start, or if there's something afoot.
And then we reported last night, we've got a story up on KUM.com right now about public and private schools could return in 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I thought what was also interesting is, there's a lot of people that have commented that, when these kids get on the bus, there's no social distancing.
Yeah, yeah.
And so to hear from the bus drivers that they're just as concerned about that was reassuring to know, that they care just as much as anybody else, but they're the ones who are doing what they're told.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
But
So they're not the ones who come up with the policy.
Yeah.
I've never
They're just
met
implementing it, boots on the ground. That's all.
Yeah.
Bus driver,
I have never
boots on
met
the
a
ground.
bus driver that did not care. I mean, bus drivers are some of like the most compassionate people. Like there was a guy, Mr. Rosal. He was our bus driver at Sanchez when my senior year in varsity, and we took like the trip from Jigo down to Inarahan High School. That's a 45-minute trip if you're lucky to play sports. And Mr. Rosal is always like the nicest guy and everything like that.
They're almost like teachers, dude. Bus
Yeah,
drivers.
they really care.
But so anyway,
They carry precious cargo, guys.
yeah.
Yeah,
so-
good point.
But
Excellent
the thing that they said that really kind of like got me was they said that they can't control all those kids on the bus. Like, I mean, we're asking them to drive the bus and not crash it, and also check your kids and make sure they're wearing their mask and they're not licking each other's faces or rubbing their eye and putting it on another kid.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
This is not the opening scene of Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2 when everybody's just like sitting there like not talking to each other, separate rows. Do you remember that?
What the hell? Now hold on. Let's give everyone a second to go Google Nightmare on Elm Street 2 opening
Part 2.
scene.
Part 2, the one that everybody forgets.
Yeah, so and that's what they said. We hear the same thing at the school level from the staff that it's just so many kids. So you got to wonder though when we do return to face, because I mean it's going to be some kind of combination of cohorts, and then I know that John had said they were going to try and preserve the online mode of learning. I'm not sure because he'll come on and he'll say that they want to preserve it going forward because obviously parents are still going to be concerned. But then we hear that they're not going to allow it. So I don't know we'll ask him again today, just officially. Because if they preserve the online and then they split the student load into cohorts, then that's going to mean less kids on the bus. And hopefully that would take care of the problem.
You know, my mom was sharing something with me, and I wanted to tell you guys last night. Or
Okay.
She shared something with me last night, right? And my mom's a teacher at St. John's in the upper school, so she teaches like 9th and 12th graders. But she said there was a very serious concern for the 4 or 5, 6 days when they were actually back face-to-face learning this year. She said the lower school and the elementary school kids, the teachers were really concerned that it was kind of going to be controlled chaos and, like the kids just naturally, wanting to walk next to each other, lock arms and everything, taking off their mask. She said, it's a combination of parents talking to their kids, telling them what to do, saying, I don't want you to be sick. You have to keep it on. I know it's weird. But she said the elementary school kids were incredibly self-policing. And they never had problems with the little kids bunching up or, taking off their mask and everything like that. She said they were all rock stars.
Yeah, cool.
That's great to know.
It is. 625. Also, Speaker Theresa Lahi is coming on this morning. And we did put out the ask for public health. There's a lot going on with public health. Boy, is there. But haven't got the confirmation back. Hopefully we'll get Chima to jump on here. Chima Mbakwe, the Chief Public Health Officer. Is there apparently some things going on with the Regeneron? Is it Regen Cove? Regen Cove? Regeneron?
Regeneron, I believe they're like the manufacturer
I
of
see.
Regen Cove.
Okay. So the issue with this Regen Cove is that let me just start here. Everyone's saying, why isn't the governor implementing more restrictions, right? Everyone's saying that because we're seeing such a huge number of positive cases. We saw 219 last night, right? 174 cumulative over the weekend on Monday. but why they're not doing anything is because they're really putting a lot of eggs in this treatment basket, which is the treatment after you test positive, the monoclonal antibody treatment, which is an IV thing. And they're basically saying if they catch these people who are positive, who meet the eligibility, they give them the treatment, and it's, real big turnaround.
And I'm hearing it has to be administered within a certain time frame after you test positive.
Yeah, so it's sensitive. It's time sensitive. That getting not just getting this treatment to the positive patients, but you got to get it to, like what Bree said. There's a very fixed window, and so they're standing this up and they're saying, "Hey, we're not doing a lockdown. What we are doing is we're doing this treatment because it's going to stem off and hopefully decrease the hospitalizations, right?" But there's all kinds of issues with this treatment because of the shipments that we're getting. And so my concern, and I think it's alarming actually, is that if we're not going to do anything else other than tell people, yeah, we're going to do this treatment thing, don't worry about it, guys, go do your thing. But the treatment's not here, or we're short, or there's a waiting list. There's actually a waiting list.
From what I understand, according to Daniel, who spoke with Janella late yesterday when we got the story and the information regarding the infusion center being postponed because it was supposed to open today. That was the target date. Yeah. But there was problems with the team from FEMA that didn't arrive, and then it became, there's problems with the shipment.
Yeah.
So, we heard earlier last week, matter of fact, from GMH, or was it Monday? Monday, that there was a problem with the shipment.
Yeah, the problem, Bree, was that out of the 100, I want to say it was like 160 some vials of Regencov that they got, only about 20 were good. The rest were totally spoiled because there's temperature
control issues.
Right. And so what's happening is, what I had heard was that the federal government arranged it directly with like the shipper, and so the shipper is shipping it for the federal government, but we have no idea here on Guam when it's arriving, and so it's arriving, and I don't know where it's sitting, in the hot sun, or it's sitting somewhere it's not supposed to be sitting. Well, the point is, that's 168 treatments that are just gone, wasted, like Lillian Posada said. And so that's the issue to me. It's like, if we're standing up this treatment, and it's time sensitive, and it's supposed to stave off the hospitalizations, but we're just stumbling to implement it, and even if it isn't our fault, right? I mean, time's going by. Good morning. Also, there was a shooting in Dedido this morning. Yeah. And Bree's going to have that on the news.
Yeah, people already putting it in comments.
Yeah.
They're asking, like, what's up with that?
Right.
But Bree was on the scene. You came into the office, like, you weren't even here 7 minutes, and then...
And I walked right back out the door.
Yeah. So we'll have more on that coming up. And hopefully Public Health and we'll get so they're really working. First, they got to figure out all the shipping stuff. But I'm pretty sure that FEMA is going to be involved with kind of like alleviating those issues. Right? But that's where we are this morning. We're still in a crazy surge. There were 219 positives recorded last night and an additional 2 deaths. 15 in the ICU. 71 hospitalized. 38 unvaccinated, 25 vaccinated. We're going to play later on the show. We had a great interview with Dr. Peter Lombard where he kind of went in and he talked about this issue with the vaccinated hospitalizations and, what we're seeing with the vaccinated positives. It's really, really good interview that to me just shed a lot of light on a lot of things that people are talking about out there. So we'll play that coming up later on the show.
And if you don't have like a lot of time, because again, like if you watch the thing on YouTube, it got watched a bunch, it got shared a whole ton more. But it's a 40-minute interview, a lot of information. But Tomas Mangloni in the back, he made a super cut. So he has like, the most salient points that Dr. Lombard made and everything like that. So, that's going to hit hard.
Hey, good morning in Alahan.
Good morning.
Nicole Flores says good morning from all the way from Inalahan. Roberto Fraccassini, buongiorno Guam. Hey, good morning. I gotta forget about it, the COVID.
Hey, by the way, Mr. Fraccassini did a fantastic job. He is a flautist, and he played during the 9/11 memorial, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
It always is.
Way cool. 7:30 Bev Test, Jay Solis. Mama Bear Debbie Davis checking in. Good morning.
She's on vacation, by the way.
Mama Bear?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Joey
And she
and
actually got a picture on her Facebook with a big like bear, you know, like one of those chairs that literally looks like a bear. I'll try and like bring it up like later. Super cute.
Yeah, so Joey and Vanji Gogui Mananasi Duos Team Link. Rain just stopped at T-Gen. COVID testing line ramping up as we speak. Stay safe, Guam, and God bless.
Also happy. Good morning to my Auntie Pumpkin and Uncle Tony. Watching
nice.
from San
Oh,
Diego.
good morning, San Diego.
Also, yeah, good morning from Graham, Washington. Ready for some fun with Ton Duk Duk. Elisa Anderson comments in, good morning. Good day, all. Good day to you, too. Ken Paulino, good morning. Be safe. Frank Lucille Netty Dog, good morning. KUAM.
But Bree, how many times have you been to San Diego, where Auntie Pumpkin is? You've been there a ton, right?
Yeah, but it's been a long time since I've been back.
What's the nickname, like the tagline of San Diego? America's finest city, right?
Was it?
I think that's what it is.
I don't know. I thought it was San Diego. There's plenty Chamorros there. That's what it should be. I had this burrito in San Diego. Sorry.
Ron
story.
Burgundy has a completely different definition of what San Diego might mean, but watch the movie.
I want to say it was this place, Alberto's, and it's only drive-through. And they had this freaking roast pig burrito. Ooh, boy. I'm going to show you guys a huge pig later that is running around Agana Heights. I'll tell you a funny story about it coming
Really?
up on the link. Yeah. At 6:31, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's go, guys. Are you ready? Okay, let's do it. Our first look at news here on this Wednesday.
Link in.
Link in.
All right, ready, guys? Here we go.
All right, link up at 6:32. Brought to you by Pacific Points. Our first look at news this morning from the KUAM News Team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off today, everybody. A developing story as the Guam Police Department and the Guam Fire Department responded to a shooting early this morning in Dededo. Medics and police were responding to the incident at Dave's Barbershop. KUAM is waiting for more details, but we have learned that a man was shot in the upper chest area. ALS was on scene while we were there. The male victim was transported to the hospital. Again, once we get more information about what transpired, we will pass that along. The island marks its 169th and 170th COVID-related fatalities. According to the Joint Information Center, one was a 52-year-old man who was dead on arrival at the Guam Memorial Hospital with unknown vaccination status and unknown underlying health conditions. The second was an 84-year-old male, fully vaccinated with underlying health conditions at Guam Regional Medical City. The number of people hospitalized for COVID increased to 71. According to the Joint Information Center, of that number, 15 are receiving ICU level of care, 5 on a ventilator. Out of the 71 patients, 38 are unvaccinated, 7 unknown, 1 is ineligible, 25 are vaccinated. The Department of Public Health reports 219 new cases of COVID from 1,720 samples taken on the 13th. Of the new cases, 18 were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 12,772 officially reported cases of COVID, with 2,014 cases in isolation and 10,588 recoveries. The CAR score jumps to 43.9. The Guam Department of Education also confirms 6 employees tested positive. The cases were identified at Finnegayan Elementary School, Machinaunau Elementary, Telefofo Elementary, Augusta Johnston Middle School, and a pair of cases at D.L. Perez Elementary School. As for vaccinations, a total of 113,436 eligible residents have been fully immunized against COVID. Public Health's plans to open up an infusion center today in Mangilao have been postponed. According to Public Health spokesperson Janela Carrera, the arrival of a medical team from FEMA has been pushed back. They were expected to arrive Monday night, but according to Carrera, instead they were informed they will not be on Guam until next Friday or possibly next Saturday. Carrera adds that Public Health finally received its shipment of Regencov, but there is a question about temperature control. Just yesterday or the day before, GMH confirmed it had received 168 vials of the monoclonal antibody treatment on Saturday, but 144 were deemed unusable because they were not within the temperature range. Again, only 24 were salvageable. Now, we're also being told that this could be part of Public Health's shipment.
And we'll have more information on that 7 o'clock with Chima Mbakwan from Public Health.
Okay. With more news now, here is Jason Salas.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Here is your Link News update. Guam Memorial Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas confirmed another COVID-positive person was dead on arrival. It's all the more reason the former head of the PAG strongly believes that additional restrictions are needed because things are going to get worse.
So what did you make of the press conference?
There's nothing in there.
Former PAG Chair Dr. Hoa Nguyen was expecting to hear more about what's going to be done to control the spread of COVID-19 because the triple-digit positives are taking a toll not only on island hospitals but every single person trying to hold the line.
People that at the front line, the policemen, the firefighter, the ER, the hospital, the clinic, I tell you, they have so good a hearted, but at a certain point, they're going to break down.
If you were still the chairperson of the Physicians Advisory Group, what would you be recommending to the governor right now?
Put a restriction immediately, like now.
Dr. Nguyen doesn't feel a total lockdown should be implemented, but does believe the governor should order bars closed. Businesses should be mandated to go down to 50% occupancy with social distancing, and this includes churches.
Because right now, we're not doing anything different. It's 100% on the surge of this magnitude and this on the Delta variant. So the longer we wait, the worse we're going to get.
According to the latest surveillance summary posted on Public Health's website, in the past 7 days, Guam has seen 1,119 new positive cases, 17 COVID-related fatalities, and double-digit hospitalizations, which could go even higher if, according to Dr. Nguyen, the governor doesn't act now.
Right now, we're in the 70. Right now, I would say that there's a possibility that we hit 100. And that's reality if we keep going with triple digit in the community.
The governor, during her press conference on Monday, said there were discussions of possibly a partial lockdown or additional restrictions, but didn't provide any indication when or whether she would make that order. Instead, island residents are urged to continue to wear your masks, watch your distance, wash your hands, and get vaccinated. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matanani.
Well, 2 lives were lost in Saturday's fatal crash in PD, and Tyler Matanani spoke with their 2 closest friends who remember the lives they lived and the legacies they leave behind.
A memorial has been erected at the site of Saturday's fatal crash to remember the 2 women who died. Grace Takuyan Witt says her friend, 29-year-old Molly Haggie, was unselfish, caring, and her children were her life.
She would give anything for her family.
Haggie was found dead at the scene. She leaves behind her partner, Christopher Haggie, and their 5 children ranging from 1 to 10 years old.
I want these kids to have a good life, and I want him to know, like, Chris is one of my best friends. I want him to know that he's not alone.
To help the family, Witt created a GoFundMe page.
We wanted to do something, not just for funeral expenses, but we're hoping that by doing our GoFundMe page that we would be able to provide enough financial support so he wouldn't have to worry about, scrambling to find money to pay for all this and be able to still provide for his children.
The second fatal victim in Saturday's crash has been identified as 28-year-old Tina Tamingidad. Her close friend Trixie Nahaloa'a says she was sweet, thoughtful, and always put others before her. She was family-oriented with a deep love for Christ. She leaves behind her 5-year-old daughter.
My favorite memory of Tina is even when she was like 6 months pregnant, and even if she was telling me like she's in pain, backaches and whatnot, pregnancies, symptoms and whatnot. So she'll tell me like, you know what, even if I'm being like this, I'm not gonna miss your graduation. That's the kind of person Tina is. When she loves you so much, she will show up for you, and she's very selfless. She's she's still giving up herself.
The PD crash marked the island's 13th and 14th traffic-related fatalities of the year, and latest in a series of fatal crashes in the past several weeks. Police spokesperson Paul Tapau urges the community be mindful on island roadways.
We don't classify anything as an accident because accidents are defined as circumstances of uncontrolled circumstances of events. We can control that by simply reducing our speed, being aware of the road conditions and the posted speed limit, and refrain from driving while impaired, whether it be alcohol or any illicit drugs or even recreational cannabis.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
The condition of the third person is not known at this time. The added restrictions imposed by the governor's August 27th executive order are having a negative impact on local business, so says the GHRA, as they're wrapping up a survey of its members and received about 140 responses. President Mary Rhodes says one of the main concerns by respondents is an increase in cost.
There's obviously been such an immediate impact once the executive order went in place, from having to train employees for, having them require the proof of vaccination upon entry or the self-attestation form or both, and then also just getting everybody comfortable with what the new protocols are. I think there's still general concern out in the community, and the fact that these requirements all come into play soon is just another added stressor to the businesses.
She says one of the other key takeaways is the number of staffers that will need to be tested. GHRA is sharing the different testing options available to the private sector, which must comply by September 27th.
The number of people who are still unvaccinated, with about 30% still out there in the community. I think that it's still really important that people still get vaccinated as much as possible for those who are able to get vaccinated. But for those, it's obviously going to be a challenge for public health to monitor and enforce this requirement.
GHRA is finalizing the results, which hopes to be released by the end of the week. And trying to make sure it doesn't happen again, that's from Lillian Posadas relative to a spoiled shipment of Regeneron. Due to temperature control issues, almost of GMH's Regeneron shipment had to be thrown out, with the administrator saying yesterday that shipping complications are being addressed.
We're looking into that, how can that be prevented? Because we certainly don't want those kinds of medications to be, wasted. And so we're looking into that.
Shipments of Regeneron were arranged by the feds and were sent to Guam directly from the manufacturer, presenting tracking and timely retrieval problems of recent shipments. Posadas' work is set to begin in transforming the SNU in Barrigada Heights to an alternate care facility. FEMA awarded $15 million to GMH, including design, construction, and various types of medical equipment.
The first phase of it is the construction of the B wing, so we can split up that ventilation system, and then we can then use the SNF site for both COVID and non-COVID for decompressing our facility.
The end goal, she says, for the alternate care facility is to be able to make the SNF capable enough to temporarily treat acute care patients when GMH is overwhelmed with COVID cases. Let's get back now to the link.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And just a reminder that today is the deadline to apply for the All Rise program. According to DRT, individuals who have challenges filing online may file their app manually at DRT from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. today. A status applications received on September 1st were processed for payment on Friday on the 10th. A total of 18,236 payments were processed, totaling $19.4 million. Now, of this, 55% or $10.7 million will be paid by direct deposit. Applicants who are included in the September 10 check write can expect to receive their payments as early as this week, either in the mail or as direct deposit in their bank accounts if they elected to be paid that way. Now, as of 7 p.m. Monday, the 13th, a total of 34,798 applications were received, with 26,375, that's about 76% of them, filed online. DRT is working to process all manual applications so that it can have a final tally of the total dollar amount associated with all applications. Again, today is the deadline to apply for the All Rise program. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken faces more tough questions from lawmakers about the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Yesterday, he was grilled by House members, and today it's the Senate's turn. Skylar Henry has more.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken called the evacuation of U.S. forces out of Afghanistan heroic.
In the end, we completed one of the biggest airlifts in history, with 124,000 people evacuated to safety.
But lawmakers had tough questions about how the Biden administration executed the withdrawal, including leaving an unspecified number of Americans and Afghan allies behind.
You evacuated 6,040 Americans and say only a couple of hundred remain. Your own department told this committee in July that there were 10 to 15,000 Americans in Afghanistan. There's a huge difference between 6,000 and 15,000. What happened to these other Americans?
The secretary says the federal government did everything it could to get all Americans out ahead of the withdrawal deadline.
Our consular team worked 24/7 to reach out to Americans who could still be in country, making 55,000 phone calls, sending 33,000 emails by August 31st. And they're still at it.
Secretary Blinken faced the toughest questions from Republicans, but frustrations with the withdrawal was bipartisan.
Mr. Secretary, the execution of the U.S. withdrawal was clearly and fatally flawed. This committee expects to receive a full explanation of the administration's decisions on Afghanistan since coming into office last January. There has to be accountability.
And some question whether America is in more danger of a terrorist attack after leaving Afghanistan. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
The Commission on Decolonization is celebrating all things indigenous this coming Friday, the 17th, from 12 to 7 p.m. at the Guam Museum by featuring the people of Guam to promote Indigenous Peoples Day. The public is welcome to drop by to get their picture taken to promote the event. Executive Director Melvin Wampat Borja says that this event is to help launch the educational content for the Commission on Decolonization. And now with your news in Chamorro, here is Ken Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get soon to be finished tomorrow ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Manakeke siguro na tuma susedi talu tay gwini. Adjila ya Mr. Dodi Guam Memorial na Hospital, Sililang Posadas. Prajaman babasiyan na amor region around numanafan matumagi. Sa pudisen mapud mareglay kalentado ane makakat gamagi kana todi man matumagi na shipment region around paragwat gi Guam Memorial na Hospital sa man majuti sa pudiman Thailand si. Si Posada sa sangani ling na programa ni KUAM na makikiregla estay problema ni kumakar gamagi e amod. Maregla do pulsi finatonyas ni magi na amod ni ifederal na masigon magi direktamento gin ni Fumartina si amod. Pada juga siya otro problema ni tamanuman rostrea jani muna artesaw e tempo ni David yu fatu magi e amod. Otro mas gin nas Posadas asangan na listo para matutunin matulay kanya di skill nursing facility giza Barrigada Heights esta alternate care na fasilidad. Manmanay Guam Memorial Hospital 15 milyon pesos na grant gin ni FEMA. Adyan sa lapis sa piso manay para ma-designate ang construction dyan trusted medico siya. Ilang mas Posadas na makikitsog isa para na mas kapas si skill nursing facility para matrata temporary dyan malango ni Senad din na sednot siya. Tazangin mati tempo na mampus sa Guam Memorial Hospital mantinani ma-attendi minalango ni COVID-19. Otro asunto, gadalan tulus sa tungo sa di makikiat sa monumento para ma-honor Gold Star families. Adso sa familia na di man matay mentas masesedbi i Estados Unidos. Masusedi public hearing para ibiyaw niya si Senador Joe San Agustin para maturisa na San Memorial gi Skinner Plaza gipyo na di Purple Heart na monumento. Istumistigo para este nabiyaw sa si Abraham Mora no pininit si Lunia Samson gi Geran Afghanistan gi dia des gi Hulyo 2008 na sakan. Matay lokwe gi otro na sinlalongwahan isa rento Brian Leon Guerrero. Ilang niya si Mora na mentas guidas na familiar niya sa distibago masisentya iinigong dyan ipininiti po ni Manalingon Sam lamalig dididi sa tunga ni manmapos siya na member ni Serbisyo lalahi ang pamalawan sa manmaoonra sa manmahaso para sacrificial niya. Ilang niya si San Agustin na nakikialom gi agenda estinabio gi session para bago na mes. Mas kedyo di seremonyon dedikada gi Skinner Plaza gi dia 24 gi September. Este na dia sa ultimo na Domingong September no masilelebra kadasakan sa mafananan Gold Star Family Day. Ultimo na asunto para pago na Merkules ni KUM News gifinot sa Moro, masilelebra ni Commission on Decolonization Todo cosas na natikulo natibo gwinigi mamayla na business. Dia 17 September desde las 12 gitaloanes hasta ya las 7 gipaini. Para ma-celebra este ni Guam Museum za para ma-presenta itaw-taw ta siya para ma-promote at the Indigenous Peoples Day. Ang makumbibiday publiko para fansugo gatu wihi para fan malitatu. I-direktor eksekutibo si Melvin Wampet Borja asangani KUM na este na sinisedi sa para nazuday tinito ni diskusyon ni kinonsiste ni Commission of Decolonization. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta za ni nafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
This season of The Voice promises to be the best one yet, with singer Ariana Grande joining the star-studded coach lineup, including John Legend, Blake Shelton, and Kelly Clarkson.
Happen to see how last season ended? I won.
But that's why I'm here.
To get you hyped up for the big premiere, KUAM Communications are giving you the chance to win $500 daily between September 13th to September 17th for showing us how much you love The Voice. All you have to do is listen to The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook Live, and when prompted, call in with your answer to The Voice Daily Trivia Challenge. And then on premiere day, September 21st, check out KUAM Digital for a special bonus question and another chance to win $500. Visit KUAM.com for official rules and regulations. Some restrictions apply.
The Voice, brought to you locally by First Hawaiian Bank.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Your chance to win $500.
Yeah.
It's the all voice act. All you got to do is, well, first of all, be here. Keep listening.
Mhm.
All right. Jason did his hair extra nice for you guys this morning.
Which is to say, I combed it.
And we do it. I'll just give you a little hint. Just stick around to the end of the show. The show ends at 10. All right. It's voice trivia. We're going to ask you to sing a little bit too, so don't be shy.
Have some honey. Have some lemon.
Lemon and honey.
Get your pipes.
Right.
La 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 la
La
la.
la 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 la. Alle, alle, alleluia. Yeah, just warm it up, guys.
Nice.
Right on.
Okay, speaking of really cool things going on from the world of music, have you seen Miley Cyrus covering Metallica's Nothing Else Matters?
Wow.
It is crazy. And so it's had so much praise for it. Elton John covered Nothing Else Matters and said on Howard Stern that he believes that was one of the greatest songs ever recorded, and he made Metallica cry. Can you imagine Elton John covers your song and says, "Oh, it's one of the greatest"?
I don't know. I'm old school. Nothing Else Matters. That to me, that was after they sold out. I don't know. I don't like it.
You were really gonna hate on the Black
Never care
album.
for what they say.
That was the Black album. That was
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like it.
wow.
Uh,
but so that's coming up later. You know what today is too? And speaking of music,
Yeah,
it is Wednesday.
It's Whopper Wednesday, guys.
Love, exciting and new.
Yeah.
If you love the Whopper, they will give you 2.
They will.
To sing that.
No, that was
Jay's in a singing mood
that
today.
was divine inspiration.
So, Jay, let's say you're in the drive-thru. You order a Whopper because, you're a big guy, you're hungry.
First of all, I would be polite, and I would say thank you for the service you're providing to our community.
Nice.
So I would go in there hitting with some good manners.
Positive vibes, right?
Yeah.
You guys are frontliners out here. Thank you.
I would not be holding my phone while I'm trying to make like an order and everything.
Right.
I'd be like, oh, good afternoon, half a day. Thank you for what you do, and may I say the line? And if they say okay, I love the Whopper.
Just like that, and they're going to give you a free Whopper. All right?
I wonder if anybody's ever freestyled.
Right,
I'm
freestyle
sure.
like, I love, 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 love.
Well, they got someone riding shotgun right
love.
like
The Whopper, like that.
Like
Yeah.
if Sabrina was riding like shotgun for me, I'd be like, Bree, give me a beat. Go, Bree, give me a beat.
Bree does not do the beat.
Keep going. We'll
excuse
do
me.
something.
No, I can't.
I got it.
Okay, Chris. My coworker Sabrina is hungry and I ain't gonna stop her. Please, my friend, hook me up with a second Whopper.
Just like that. Do that, guys. They might even give you 2 extra Whoppers. I don't know. A performance like that, you're
You
gonna make
know what I would
somebody's day.
love to do? I mean, if I had like the money and I had like one of those cars with the hydraulics, I'd be like, sir, please give me a Whopper. And then Bree's riding shotgun. I hit the switches and like really freak him out.
All right, so it's
Or do you
Whopper
like the jumping
Wednesday.
one?
Thank you, Jason. Proudly brought to you by Burger King. Cover Me. It's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific right here on the link. Good morning.
I need someone that's gonna love me naked. You see the things we take for granted and just never take it. We live in a world where people gotta be so fake to make it. We also occupy a place where love is overrated. Whenever life be moving fast, we gotta get back to basics. Looking back at memories instead of the pictures taken. And if the times were getting hard, would you come show me patience? Or would you show me different colors and get tired of waiting? I need a queen that's never done to sugarcoat the loyalty. Gotta keep it plain and simple, you don't gotta spoil me. I've been waiting on the sidelines for you to call on me. In the war that could be selfish, I could give you all of me. I guess being someone perfect isn't something that I'm not. You don't really gotta stay if it's for something that I got. All my insecurities were hidden somewhere in a box. I've been rolling in the deep, I hit the bottom of the rocks, but I'm back now. See my point of view up in the tracks now. No exaggeration when I'm speaking with the facts now. Know you got my six, so let me come and be the background. I was done with love and then you came. Hey, but I need somebody, I need somebody, I need someone to show me love more than your body. We only here to get the dub, not here to party. This unconditional love ain't for everybody. Yeah, but I need somebody, I need somebody, I need someone to show me love more than your body. We only here to get the dub, not here to party. This unconditional love ain't for everybody. Yeah. We can talk about the past and all the things that could have been. Spend a day up in your shoes so I could walk a mile in. I've been knocking on your walls, and if you're down, just let me in. Cause you've been pulling on my strings like you play the violin. We can sit down and talk about the pain that we don't speak of. Treat you like the pages of a book I gotta read up. Got a couple of heads turning every time we meet up. Like, damn, I wish I had that kind of love. That could be us. Rumors you may hear, I never said that I was perfect. Maybe I was down and out, or maybe I was hurting. I've been working on myself, trying to make a better version. If I come with open arms, will you come and be the person? Now I said a couple things, but I'm not in a rush. Just be the Bonnie to my class so we can run it up. And if I ever miss the day, I gotta make it up. Cause at the end of every day, I'm about to make it us. Yeah, but I need somebody, I need somebody, I need someone to show me love more than your body. We only here to get the dub, not here to party. This unconditional love ain't for everybody. Yeah, but I need somebody, I need somebody, I need someone to show me love more than your body. We only here to get the dub, not here to party. This unconditional love ain't for everybody. Yeah.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Version, right? It's like, I'm free. Darn. Wish I wasn't free. It's Jack Larimer, though.
It's like the Commodores, you know, they've sang like the happiest songs about like the most depressing stuff.
Yeah.
And I know it's just a shame, but I'm giving you back your name. Wow, dude. I didn't know you made like divorce so like upbeat. In other news.
Yeah, and anyway, good morning. I'm Chris. I'm the guy who's got to move on after Jason says stuff like that. Right here on the link at 7:05, Wednesday, September 15th. Speaker Terlahi's coming up. Superintendent John Fernandez. We also do the Greater Good on Wednesdays. Jay, we're going to tell you
about a shoe drive that former Senator Kelly Marsh Titano and her sister are putting together and everything. And they really need your help because we really got to distribute footwear to our island's needy. So stay tuned for that because that's coming up.
right.
It's going to be good.
It is. It's 7:06 now. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have the acting chief public health officer for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Chima Mbakwe. Good morning, Chima.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. So I know you've already had a pretty busy day, right? Do you care to share with us? Because you said you've been up since 3 a.m.
Yeah, I had to attend the National TB board meeting this morning because we're still looking at the impact of TB and COVID across the United States. So I'm a member of the National TB board. So we talked about the impact, and it's really impacting, heavily on TB because of late diagnosis.
So what's the impact?
Yeah.
It's being seen everywhere, because of people are delaying diagnosis, and people are most people are still in quarantine, and transmission is always high at home for cases for airborne diseases. So we're seeing an increase in numbers of cases across the U.S.
How about in Guam?
Yeah, it's same too. But what happened with us was at the beginning of the year we had an increase in numbers because of late diagnosis. But I think we've actually peaked now, so it wasn't as bad as it was. The numbers we saw at the beginning of the year was higher than we normally see over the years. But
was COVID the reason for the delayed reporting? Because maybe people thought they had COVID instead of TB.
No, I think it's just the delay in accessing healthcare. People were not going to the clinics because of COVID, so there was late diagnosis on the part of the doctors.
I see. So what happened with the Regenco?
Oh, the FEMA team. Yeah, the team's arrival was delayed, so I think they're going to come next week. Yeah.
Any reason for the delay?
Like it's a FEMA related delay, not us.
Yeah.
We made the request. They actually gave us a timeline, but they were also saying, it might shift, but that was a tentative date that they had planned, but they were like, it could change, and it changed. So we were notified that things could change because of what is going on stateside. So, right. But it doesn't really affect what is going on at home here, because the team is actually coming to support what we're doing. So already we have the sites going on. It's just, the support with additional sites. So while we're still doing what we're doing, we'll still expect them to arrive next week.
So then does that mean that the infusion center over at the Manguilao Senior Center is opening as today?
Yeah, we actually discussed that yesterday in our meeting. You see, the thing is, we have manpower that we can move to the site. But we also have to consider the fact that, we're going to move manpower from one site to another. So we really have to balance those decisions. But the fact remains that the treatment is ongoing. It's just an additional site. So to get more people on the treatment.
So is the Manila Senior Center, the infusion center, opening today as planned? We were told it wasn't, but...
No, it's not going to open. No.
Okay. And so can you kind of explain what's happening with the shipments of Regencov? Because we were told that there were some temperature control issues. That was from Public Health. But then I'm wondering if it was part of the shipment that GMH received over the weekend, the 168 or 100 something, and 140 of them were deemed unusable because of temperature control issues, which left 20 vials salvageable for GMH. But I didn't know if this was the same shipment that some were supposed to go to Public Health.
No, so this is not a Public Health shipment, no. So our own shipment was actually placed, I think, last week, and we're expecting it any time this week. So that the shipment that came wasn't the one from Public Health. So I don't have any information about what transpired.
Chima, how much of an impact is this delay in rolling out the Regencov infusion center is going to be? Because when the governor had her press conference, the gist of it, the thing I took away was that we're not doing any more strict restrictions because we have this great treatment for everybody who tests positive, right? But I feel like every day we don't have this treatment stood up is another day that people can get sick and go into the hospital. So how are you guys gauging the impact of this delay? I mean, I know you want to downplay it, but I mean, it seems like a big deal.
No, Chris, it's not about downplaying. You see, the thing is, I've always said, there are layered protection. So first of all is if we quarantine and isolate people who are infected, there won't be new transmissions. If we continue to get immunization, it will reduce hospitalization. Then with the treatment. So now we already have the treatment on island, but it's about expanding the treatment. But at the same time, we want to expand the treatment, we're asking people to, wear their mask and stop new transmission. So this is like a three-pronged approach. We're encouraging immunization to reduce hospitalization. We're asking for protective measures to reduce new transmissions. And at the same time, we're offering some palliatives, for people who are infected. So one does not, supersede the other. They all have to work together. So this delay does not mean that we are not treating people, but what it means is that we cannot have an additional site, like we planned. But at the same time, we are increasing immunization and also encouraging people to follow the protective measures that we have in place.
So are you able to, or are you not able to provide monoclonal antibody treatments today?
GMH and GRMC is providing the treatment, yes.
But not Public Health?
Yeah, and remember there's actually a timeline too. So for those that are infected, you have up to 10 days to get the treatment. Okay. So it's not like you just get tested today, you jump in and get the treatment. You are still eligible from the symptom onset up to 10 days. So even if they come in within, with the treatment that we have going on island, more people will be eligible, when they still come in. So I think it is a good balance. What the governor is putting out there is that, we have all these remedies out there now. Before we didn't have this. Before, the only thing we had was mask, social distancing, lockdown. But now we've taken lockdown out of the table. We have immunization, and then we have a therapy. So I think it's a good balance.
I think what he's trying to get at is if there was only 24 doses of Regencov as of the weekend, do we have any left to continue to administer this monoclonal antibody treatment?
Yeah. I think the point was you're saying it's a three-prong approach, but it looks like we only have two of the prongs.
No, we have three. Have three. It's just scaling up the third one,
Yeah.
Before we didn't have it. Before nobody was getting treated. But right now we're getting treated. So, and you should also consider the fact that we are so far away, So it's not like you're going to fly from New York to Atlanta. It's not, you know, and you know, and there's also competing interests. So the good thing is that we are in that system. We are able to receive that treatment, which is good. Before we didn't even have a chance, you know, to provide this kind of remedy to our people. But the thing is, let's not just look at that remedy, because if for you to get treated, that means you're infected. What we want is to stop people from getting infected. So if you get to the point where you need the treatment, you've missed the primary prevention, which is what we are trying to promote. People should stop new infections. It's just not about treatment, because when you get infected, there's a chance for mutation. There are new variants out there that could come up with new infections. So let us stop the infections first and make sure that people stop getting infected. If you look at our numbers, we are still testing high because people are still getting infected. So we should focus on, you know, stopping new infections before we get to the point of treatment.
I was just focusing on the treatment because you guys made a big deal about how we're going to have this treatment. And I'm just saying, Chima, I know, but when we hear that only 24 of the shipment of 168 vials of Regencov made it to GMH and the rest had to be thrown out, then that means that we're only going to, that they're going to blow through that in like a day or two.
Yeah, but Chris, I think you should give credit to...
I do, I do give credit. I'm just saying, like, because this treatment is being held up as why we're not going to go into more strict measures. But, you know, because of the shipping issues, which I understand might not even be you guys' fault, we're seeing this delay. So obviously I'm concerned because people are dying at their house. You know what I mean? The people are dying at their house. So this treatment, it sounds like it's very important and very crucial, and it's going to be very helpful.
It is, and it is important because we've actually set up the site in Manila to start today. So, you know, we are ready with everything. It's just the shipment, which we don't have any control over. Right now, we're ready to set the ball rolling. The press was there last week. You know, the whole place is set up. The manpower is there locally. We just need the support and the medication. It arrived, but you know, it wasn't the fault of anyone on Guam that it arrived that way. But that issue has been addressed. We reached out to Region 9. Even as of today, the regional health administrator for Region 9 HHS is on Guam. He's here physically. So, you know, that will tell you how much effort, you know, the government is making, you know, to get us that support. So we actually have the big guns on ground. So I think things will relatively change before the end of the week.
That's great to hear.
He gets to see firsthand the problem with what's happening with getting our shipments of Regencov to Guam.
Yeah, and they also have a subject matter expert for the Regencov on island too. So today we're going to actually, you know, move around the island to look at what, you know, like what else that we need to, you know, do. And you know, having the big decision makers on island is an added advantage. You know, comparing what is going on in California, and he actually oversees California. You know how raging is over, the virus is over there, but we had that privilege of having him over here, you know, to see firsthand and support what we're doing.
So has FEMA, the feds, whoever said that, you know, our bad, you had over 100 vials, doses of Regencov spoiled because of shipping issues, which, you know, was our fault. Are they going to make good and say, we're going to ship you even more to make up for the loss?
So, and I think that is so exciting to hear that you put it that way, and that is what is going on, you know, because that initial shipment that came here was you know, had challenges, right? But now we're also looking at stockpiling because the shelf life is up to 1 year. So we're looking at, you know, getting more and, you know, keeping it on island so that we don't have to have this problem of, you know, we're having to wait. But that initial shipment was, you know, like the quick, you know, let's get it here right now to make sure that they have it on island. But the logistical process of having the medication on island is actually in place. So that's part of why he's here. You know, we're looking at storage, we're looking at shelf life. So, it's an advantage that we've also shown them that we have the capacity. So, because a lot of jurisdictions are not even as quick as Guam, to set up a system to have the treatment. We have the tents ready, we have Manila already, we have the nurses ready, GDOE nurses are going to have public health. We ask for support from FEMA, so that means we are ready. We're just saying, can we have the medication? And then another good thing is that our testing, we never stopped our testing, because the reason is to keep on identifying new cases so that people who get infected would also get the treatment. And we're also looking at pushing it further as a post-exposure prophylaxis. So I think we're in good standing, moving forward.
We did have a couple comments here. Shima, what would you say is the reason for infection, and what needs to be done by the government to stop the spread of infection? To stop more infections is to place more restrictions.
So I think I pointed out initially that the route of infection is the mouth, the nose, and the eyes. 2, this virus is transmitted by human beings. So the primary responsibility, first of all, lies on the individual. Like both of you are wearing your mask because you're in the same room. I'm not wearing a mask because I'm alone in the room. If somebody walks into this room, the first thing I do is wear my mask. So what I'm doing is stopping myself from getting infected or infecting somebody else if I have the virus. That is the primary prevention strategy that we should have in mind, and keeping distance. So every other thing follows. If we lock down and then the people sit at home and for 2 weeks, the infection rate comes down. When they come out and they don't put on the primary prevention strategies that we have in place, the infection will go on. So it's more about consistency, accepting that this is a way, the new way of life, until we drive down the epidemic in such a way that transmission is minimal, hospitalization is low, so that people can actually live with the virus. But right now, the virus is not going anywhere. But still, we just need to make sure that we consistently put in human effort to stop transmission.
So you just really don't think that we need additional restrictions, even though the numbers, we're still seeing these triple-digit positives every day?
So I think what I can ask is, Sabrina, can you explain to me what kind of restrictions that you think we should have in place? You understand?
I'm not the public health expert.
What? Is it?
I'm not the public health expert. I'm just saying, we had Dr. Wynn on yesterday, and he's like, he watched the press conference, and he said that was a nothing burger.
We had nothing. But more importantly, we had Dr. Ann on last week, and we asked her, as an epidemiologist, would a lockdown work to stop the spread of the virus and lower the amount of new cases? And she said yes. So
yes, but we
know that the lockdown, there's a lot of political ramifications of it. I mean, we get it, but we're just asking strictly from a scientific standpoint, would it work?
So I think lockdown is more of a preventive measure than a scientific cure, in the sense that, first of all, if you are sick, it is going to affect you economically because you're not going to go to work. Your organization will not have you. It's going to impact on you as an individual because you're not going to earn income. Your organization is not going to provide service.
Yeah.
Your kids will not have the care that they need because you're not going to be there. So if we look at it from that point of an individual protecting
But that's not
himself,
what I asked. I asked from a spread of the virus scientific. I know and I understand the economic arguments, but just minus all that.
No, Chris, I'm answering your question about the economic impact of shutting down. You already have the impact on yourself by contracting the virus, right? You're not going to go anywhere you're not going to spread the virus. That's what we're saying. So people should be consistent. Wear your mask. If you're sick, stay at home so that you don't infect anybody. Because the call for restrictions, is what level of restriction. That's why I said, if there's something that that I don't know, I'm ready to listen to you, because I'm saying restrictions. What restrictions? What? We need to be very explicit in saying what restrictions, and then we look at what impact those restrictions would have on the family, on the economy, before we make those decisions. But the primary prevention is, if you are sick, stay home, cover your nose, and keep your distance, get immunization. So these things are there. So when I keep hearing, the restrictions, I'm asking, can you be explicit and tell me exactly what you want? Let us discuss all restrictions. Do we shut down the airport? Do we shut down the hotels? What impact? What data do you have to make those decisions? Those are the questions that we should ask.
Well, maybe you guys should give more data.
The data is out there, so that's what I'm saying.
Where's the data? On the public health website? It's so convoluted and difficult to read. We've been asking for the people that are positive, right? How many were vaccinated? How many were unvaccinated? For the people at the hospital, how long have they been there? We only get the GMH, the JIC report. All it says is unvaccinated, but you don't specify how many are vaccinated. We have to do all the math. We have to do the algebra, the geometry, all of that, just to get information. And when you have the legislature, the legislative oversight chair, also asking for more data and not getting the data, and we can't even get straight answers from you, Chima.
So I go back to the same thing I asked you. What?
And I go back to telling you that I'm not the public health expert.
Yeah.
No. What? So we've actually.
Well, Tima, I think the point is really that whatever we're doing now is not working. It's just not working. So that's why we're coming to you and saying, what else can we do? Because you're the expert. You're the chief public health officer. I'm not. I mean, I got ideas, sure, but I mean.
So you don't think like the churches? They're 100% capacity. It's good.
No, Chris, you just mentioned someone, saying that, we need to add more restrictions. And like I said, I'm open to listening. I'm not saying I don't want to listen. I'm saying, I'm open to understanding, what restrictions, because if there's something, that that you can put out there, that can also make us think, differently. That's what I'm asking you right now, because the word that is being used is restrictions. We need more restrictions. We need more restrictions. What restrictions? That's what I'm asking, because first of all, we shut down the schools because we're trying to protect the unvaccinated from getting infected. That was the primary purpose. So that is restriction.
But then but then they were going to open them up, even though nothing changed. And so it's confusing. Chima, people are frustrated. They're angry. They're afraid, yes, of course, because they feel like we're hung out to dry out here. They feel like the governor just pops out and this press conference Monday. I mean, what was the point of it? To tell us that it's alarming? We already know that. We know it's alarming. And so people are expecting her to do something, because 7 weeks of... And these measures that she put in place that target the unvaccinated, they're simply not lowering the case numbers. And that's why people are frustrated, and that's why they are begging for additional restrictions, because at the end of the day, they don't want any more people to get sick and die. And so that's why we're turning to the experts. We're turning to the governor. We are begging, are you going to do something? If you're not going to do something, come out and tell us why this is okay.
Chris, and honestly, people are tired. People are sick of the COVID. People are tired.
Yeah,
Chris,
that's why they want to do something drastic to end it, or to stave it off, or to keep people from dying. That's the whole point. It's not hard to understand.
Chris, we're not going to take drastic measures for something that we cannot sustain. That's what I'm trying to explain is, it's being rational, in making decisions, and then looking at how the virus is ravaging just not Guam, everywhere in the world. Is the same everywhere, So is looking at what would apply locally. And like I said, what suggestions, what restrictions, what constructive, decisions can we make, as a community? Because I can self-isolate. Like I told you, from my office, I go home. I don't want to meet anybody. I don't want to get sick, I take my vitamins. I've been doing this since last year, since February of last year. I've been doing almost 12 hours every day. My health is of importance to me, because if I get hit a second time, I don't know what's going to happen to me. So that is my personal way of taking care of myself. So I'm not going to go to a crowded event where I know that transmission can take place and expect to remain safe. So I think it's a mixture of personal decisions, following public health recommendations, and hoping that hoping that this virus would be lenient with us, and the whole world, because it's ravaging everywhere.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about restrictions, and like I said, I'm open to discussions. You have my phone number. My office is here. We sit down and have a constructive discussion about how to do it. Right. So because when I hear restrictions, I'm torn between, is it a total lockdown of the community? Are we going to stop visitors from coming into the island? Are we going to stop people from traveling? So the word restriction is so broad, being used at this time of the pandemic, because it can trigger a lot of things.
Yeah.
So,
And then, Chima, as well, it's like we didn't just start this yesterday, and people look at last year and they look at now, and people feel like we're worse off, even with the vaccines. And so when we look at what worked last year, that's why people are expecting some type of stricter restriction, whether it's closing the bars or reducing occupancy across the board, right? That's why they're trained to anticipate something. So people are not just randomly saying, oh, God, please lock us down. They're saying that because last year they felt like it worked. And so now people are looking around saying, hey, if this worked last year, and we had all these deaths and high cases last year, then why aren't we doing the same thing? So you can't blame people for expecting you guys to do something more.
No, Chris, it's not a blame. And the good thing is that, when I sit down and talk to you and Sabrina, the conversation, I'm telling you, is very fruitful, in the sense that it's always balanced and objective. And listening to what you just mentioned now is like in our private conversations, that we have with our families, people are asking for some kind of, remedy. Yeah. Now you're saying the community is acceptable, to a lockdown. This was not what we were hearing, initially. But now you're presenting, that everyone is ready for a lockdown. This is good information. But at the same time, we also have to balance what we have in front of us. So it's good to hear both sides of the argument, and make a balanced decision. But your points are all well taken, But I still say that the conversations are good. I'm open to conversations. I'm open to suggestions. We can talk through this as a community. To look at what is best for us. Coming, not just saying the government. But as a community that the government is part of. For us to sit down as one and say enough is enough with this virus. Let us push. To stop this. So that, I think that's a better way to look at it.
So,
I'm acceptable.
Chima, are you really not hearing any recommendations for additional restrictions, like closing the bars or the 100% occupancy on gatherings like at churches? Do you have that, Jason? Yeah. Okay, so we had interviewed the former head of the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Nguyen. He doesn't feel that a total lockdown should be implemented, but he does believe the governor should order bars closed. Businesses should be mandated, not voluntarily doing this, but mandated to go down to 50% occupancy with social distancing to include churches. Funerals, aren't funerals like 100%?
Yeah, funerals are.
Yeah, so Chris, sometimes these things get lost in conversations, right? What you just said now, I didn't listen to the interview. I'm hearing it from you. So if that information is in front of me, on a written piece of paper or in a text message, I can read and comprehend, I can understand clearly what is being said. I didn't hear this, I didn't listen to that conversation, right? I didn't know about it. But now you're telling me, I'm saying, okay, it's a good conversation, but let's sit down and look into it deeper. Let's look at it. What power does the government have over the church? That is something that you need to discuss too. There are court cases saying that the government cannot mandate the church. So, or are we going to take the conversation to the church, or are we going to recommend to the church, on what to do, but not mandating them to do it? So it's about how we approach, these recommendations and make it work. So I think that should be the balance. But I didn't hear this conversation, and I'm hearing it from you. But thank you for offering me that recommendation.
That wasn't my recommendation. That was the former head of the Physicians Advisory Group. But he is saying these are restrictions need to be done yesterday.
Weeks back, yeah. I mean,
but the virus is not the Delta virus is just not friendly. It is not.
Just not friendly, guys. That's the quote from this morning. The Delta virus, it's just not friendly.
It's not friendly. Yeah.
The mean guy.
He has defied every no. How do I put it? It's just not friendly. Let me
Chima,
push it.
Have a good day. Take a minute for
Thank
yourself.
You so much.
Do some meditation. All right.
Yeah, I wish we can have a further conversation.
I can arrange it. If you want to come on in a Zoom, we'll get someone to lead us in a meditation all together. It'd be like a good bonding thing.
I think I spend more personal time with both of you than I spend with a lot of people. I'm telling you. And that's Jason.
You're not going to sound so mad about it, though.
No, actually, I think maybe what Chima wanted, he goes, Chris, let's go meet out on the soccer field, and we'll work out. We'll work it out that way.
I feel like my shins are going to get kicked hard.
No, Chris will be on the same team. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Chima, take it easy.
All right.
Bye, Chima.
What was that Dr. Hull was talking about with the burnout?
Huh?
Remember he was talking about the frontliners and the burnout? I mean, it is just, people are on the edge.
Okay, you want that quote? I got that right here. Okay, from our story yesterday during our interview with former PAG chairman Dr. Ho Win. Quote, people that are at the front line, the policemen, the firefighters, the emergency room, the hospitals, the clinics. I tell you, he says, they're good-hearted, but at a certain point, they are going to break down.
Yeah.
Because nothing's being done basically to control the spread.
Yeah,
so.
and like I said, we're
doing what we can, right, to control the hospitalizations.
Yeah, I get it. But the positive cases turn into the hospitalization, so it's got to go back to the measures. I mean, God, it's not. I feel like it's not that hard to figure out. But there's huge political and economic reasons. But I'm just saying, what are we trying to do here? Are we trying to save lives? Because the economy is screwed right now. It is. I mean, it's unfortunate. And so what we're seeing is these decisions not being driven by what it's going to take to lower the cases and to save lives. Simply, that's not the main objective. Right? You heard it out of Chima when I said, hey, would a lockdown work? The first thing out of his mouth was say, hey, they're not going to be able to go to work. So there's these competing interests, right? But I'm just saying, if we're not going to do strict measures, which it looks like we're just not, I don't understand how this is okay day to day. And that's what the administration is saying. They're saying that this is okay. Every day, 219 cases. Go get a treatment that we're still trying to figure out because of shipping issues, right?
And again, those shipping issues are not the fault of the government of Guam.
Yeah. Just so you know. Finally, something is not Gov Guam's fault. Yes. Finally. It was a federal issue. I guess the feds arranged the shipping on their own, and they went through, I heard the manufacturer. And so that meant that we were out of the loop in terms of when's the box coming, right? Because I was thinking we were tracking it. You know, do you track your package?
Please say it's not stuck in Richmond,
Yeah,
California,
God,
like all the
please,
other
for
stuff.
real. Yeah, so that was a pretty interesting interview. It's clear, though, that they're not really considering any other types of restrictions. So that's that. It's 7:40. We're going to come
they're
back.
not listening to the community.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough, guys. And that's why people feel like we're hung out to dry kind of on our own. And, guys, I mean, if we're not going to see the government mandate whatever, then just do it on your own, okay? 7:40, we're back with Speaker Therese Terlahi next, right here on The Link. Good
Take
morning.
in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Zan puti corazón Zahagu imas
Tristy because the Regenko. Good morning, 746. We just needed to kind of like decompress a little bit.
You chose Tristy Zoo?
Yeah, that's why
Good choice.
I chose this. It's Stay Tuned, their version of the Bokum classic, Tristy Zoo. I Am Sad. 746. Speaker Therese Lahi. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Let's just kind of start there because I feel like we were really having a hard time trying to explain to Chima what like the mindset is for a lot of people out here in the community. But what are you reading, Speaker?
Well, I think I agree that data is very important, that if we want the community to arm themselves, protect themselves, that we have to give them data that they can use in a very common sense way, right? I was really happy that in the last press conference, we saw doctors and that the doctors were giving practical advice, right? Like get an oximeter or, and these are the numbers exactly that you should be looking at on your oximeter, that type of thing, and what patients can do at home. And so it's so much more precise. And I think that's what we really need. I'm hoping we're going to shift to this. It's a more medical approach. If this is a medical issue, then let's really go all head on with all the data that is necessary to make very sound medical decisions, right? And that, and I think this should not be data that is kept from the public because they can, you've seen it, they're so very smart. They will use it and they will protect themselves and they will know what to do with their families who are sick, and they will know when to take them to the hospital. And they, hopefully the ultimate goal is to prevent death. So let's do that. And I'm still waiting for the same data that you've asked. And I want to know now, for those patients who passed away, what vaccine were they on? Did they get Regeneron treatment or were they ignored, right? What happened in those cases? If we know a little bit more and we can help more families. I'm really looking forward to the opening of these treatment centers. We talked about this. I don't know if you remember, I've been having several oversights with public health throughout this pandemic, maybe at least 6. And in October 2020, that far back, we talked about oximeters and how every person who tested positive should be sent home with an oximeter. We asked them, could they use CARES money? Because we were talking about CARES money back then, right? Could they use CARES money and get oximeters and send those home with patients? Could they send them home with additional, supplements, whatever else would help them? And can they track them better? We had a whole hearing on this. We had, I think at least one doctor there also saying we were going to that public health was going to try to set these treatment centers or clinics up in each village. That's what I was pushing for, each village. They wanted, to put several sites, but I was pushing for why not every village? Why not have this in every village where all the positive cases, you can track them better. So it's not a matter of life and death by the time we see them again, right? When you send them home positive. So I know we're going to start up with the 1 or 2 Regeneron centers. That's what public health is planning. But it's very frustrating that it's delayed. I had asked them about this several weeks ago. I had also asked the governor about it. And, but really, public health, they have to admit if they don't have enough staff, they have to say that straight out. And we have to recruit from all over this island to stand these things up. This is what I think we have to put away some of our pride or whatever else it is that's an impediment and take medical advice and let's stand these things up as fast as possible. I guess I'm beginning to learn that we are very much dependent on at this point the federal government to send us shipments. And I haven't got to the bottom of that yet, but I really do, because if the hospitals have it, I want to know, couldn't we get it on our own without waiting for this one particular source? Just like we had to get masks instead of waiting for FEMA to send masks, right? Or whatever. Just if this is what we need in our community, I'm glad the HHS regional representative is here. I just learned that on your show this morning. So I would very much like to meet with him. I'm going to see if the public health director will, I'm going to call him up and see if I can get in on one of those meetings. Because I'd like to hear what he has to say, how we compare to other jurisdictions, especially, right, in what we are doing, and how we can better stand these things up. You know, do we need, I think it's, of course, it's our nursing shortage is going to be an issue. So we might have to shift the nurses around in order to provide treatment. And the National Guard is going to be key again. But I think we can do it. And I want to make sure that we do this. Yeah. I know everyone's tired and they're frustrated, you know, but I don't think we can't go down that road. We can't let that, you know, this is where our resilience is going to really be key. And I know we have that in us. I support, you know, all the efforts that we can do to lift up our frontliners, but to support these people who are sick. Yeah, now we are dealing with a sick population, right? With all of the positive cases that we are seeing, and we need to shift and deal with that. And I know that we can.
We wanted to ask, because, you know, the conversation has really been dealing a lot with the community, and I figure the media as well, really waiting for an announcement on any additional measures to stem the positive cases and to slow the spread of the virus. But, you know, we haven't seen those measures. But I'm sure you know that's what everyone is talking about. People anticipated some type of announcement on Monday, right? Especially when the press conference started and the governor kind of laid out that, you know, we had those 8 deaths reported over the weekend. So in your opinion, I mean, do we need more, and what type do you think would work?
This is why I always ask for data at my oversight hearings, and I ask for data whenever weekly, actually, you know, I ask public health for more data. I want to know when they say clusters, well, give me more information so that we know if we want to prevent the spread in these types of clusters, what types of clusters are they, you know, and were they wearing masks or not? Are we going to, you know, shut down the whole economy because people are not wearing masks, or just better enforce the mask, right? If that really works, that type of thing. So that's why we ask for this data. And I want to know, we have some doctors saying it's bars, but honestly, we've never seen that type of data very clearly in any of this public health or the JIC announcements, right? Like which workplaces, which restaurants. The GHRA is very adamant that it's not being spread in restaurants, right? And that they are taking adequate measures. So that's why I want to know as well, right? And it's the same, you know, we start to get in a circle when we start thinking about the schools, because we've shut down the schools thinking that's going to protect these students who are unvaccinated from even us vaccinated people transmitting to them, right? Or to each other. I guess we're preventing them from spreading to each other, but we still have all of us able to spread, you know, in the outside community. So yes, I see the frustration, and I see that we have to be consistent. I agree. But for me, if I'm going to be the one making that decision, I want all the data. I want to see it all. I want to see every detail. I want to see, how do you know that it's not being spread, for example, at the churches versus the funerals, as Sabrina's been saying. And how do we know that, you know, when they say clusters or when they say family? Yeah, I think we just need to look a little bit deeper. We've had so many oversight hearings of public health to see about this contact tracing. We always knew tracing these cases was going to give us the information that we need to stop them, right? And so, you know, I don't know, the tracing seems to be, I mean, I know they're working very hard on it, and a lot of people or a lot of agencies have picked up their own contact tracing to help out public health, and businesses that do that, I think that's great. And we might all need to do that, because it just looks like we're not getting, you know, enough data out of public health at this time. But I'm not satisfied with that. I know they have this data and they should be able to share it with us. Otherwise, people are making decisions without data in front of them, and that's not good either, right? And I think what we need, well, this is just my own opinion, but I really think if, just from, people I know, it's look at the response to the advice on oximeters, right? It's like they will listen to doctors and they will listen to doctors' advice. If doctors tell them, this is the number you need, to keep yourself healthy.
Yeah.
And that's the very specific type of, and I think this should be a medically centered approach right now. And that, give us the medical. You hear about supplements, you hear about some clinics sending home these oximeters. Well, why aren't we all doing that? Why isn't the government doing that? And if those things benefit, if we've got other treatments, what I'm really hoping is that we're not going to run into a situation where, only some high-risk patients can get these treatments. We have to make these available fairly, and we have to make them, available to everyone who's high risk. That's a very important factor.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that, we had talked about pulse oximeters last year too, but to see it was brought up in a hearing and that the suggestion was made to put together, we just said it yesterday, put together a little packet, you're positive, you get an oximeter, you get these vitamins, because when you hear about these dead on arrivals and the doctors are saying basically that these people they believe that a lot of them have the silent hypoxia and they're basically getting choked out without even noticing. But if they had the pulse oximeter and they were able to read their oxygen and they were able to know that the doctor said, hey, if it's below this or whatever, go to the ER. I think that people died because we didn't get this information out.
Well, I would like to prevent that, so I'd like to get the information out. And I thought, I heard Dr. Wen give some good advice, kind of, if you're feeling worse, then go to the ER, right? And so I'm hoping, and this is, I think, that what we need to hear from is the ER, right? Are they accepting these patients? Are they treating them? Or are we being very selective over who we're going to treat up there? And that's why these community centers for COVID positive, not in need of critical care, for example, ICU or ER, that we can take care of them as much as possible. The more we can stand those up, I've seen that done in other cities. I think New York did that. They used schools and they used the schools that were not open, right, to do this in the communities. So I'm hoping we can get this out there.
I wanted to shift gears to ARP and whether or not the legislature, you have gotten any sort of information regarding this plan. And does it surprise you to hear that GMH hasn't gotten a single penny?
Can we hold that thought? And we're going to jump on to KUAM TV. Bree, if you don't mind, if you could repeat the question when we go over. On the Breeze side, we're at KUAM FM, Agatnia, Guam. Let's jump over to KUAM TV, where the link will continue. Proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Good morning. Good morning, Guam. It's 7:59. That's 8 o'clock. Let's call it 8 o'clock. Good morning, KUAM TV. Welcome to the link. Miss the link? Miss a lot, so don't miss it. Coming up, our 8 o'clock newscast, Tomas Maglotnia with the daily question. Superintendent John Fernandez, is face-to-face instruction starting up on Monday? We're going to ask the questions. Coming up with the soup right here on the link. In progress right now, though, interview with Speaker Therese Terlahi, where we join Sabrina Salas Matanani for this next question. Sabrina, good morning.
Good morning. Speaker, before the quick break, was wanting to know if you got any sort of update, anything from Adelup regarding ARP money, what the plan is, and also, and maybe not if you didn't get the plan, which probably you didn't, do you have a breakdown on where some of the money's already been spent? Because we hear bits and pieces, right? So this amount went to GITA for their program, and so forth.
I think officially that's all we've heard as well. We've not seen a plan, an entire plan, and so all we know is the money that's allocated for their All Rise program, and we know the money that was given to GITA for their small business grants program, pandemic grants, and Those are the only official ones. Of course, during our budget hearings, we heard some unofficial ones, for example, like you said, the hospital, public health, but no, we've not seen that money actually go there. And that's one of the reasons why in the budget, there was a provision put in. I think that was, just another effort by the legislature to try and ensure some transparency here. This is a big challenge, I think, that we're having. So we put in a provision that they need to report, the ARP, that any agency who receives ARP funds and that, of course, the expenditures of ARP. But no, that's going to be a big challenge, Sabrina, and I'm, we're still trying to find any way that we can. We're looking at other jurisdictions at how, they have been able to influence the spending of ARP. And I just think it's important because what's important about it is we as a legislature also might have a tendency to sit back and say, well, they've got all this money, they're going to take care of it. And then find out later it's not taken care of, and we're talking about, hopefully, we're not talking about critical government services, but we know that public health and the hospital were not fully funded in this budget. We cut the budget by, I think, $80 million over several years. That this is so they need that money. They need the ARP money. And so, of course, we want to track how soon they get it and what they use it for. So we want to know what they use it for as well, so that we can use our other precious resources, the general funds, in the best way possible. And I think, we're only going to have a successful budget year if we are willing to really do oversights of the spending of the local funds and do as much as we can to get some transparency on the spending of the federal funds.
Does it surprise you to hear that not a single penny has gone to GMH?
Well, I'm not going to say I'm surprised about anything right now, but it's I'm sure it will. I think GMH is actually entitled to some of its own grant funds or funds from the congressional packages. Yeah, that they should get some directly as well. Same thing with public health. But no, of course, it's concerning. Well, again, GMH, we had them in through 2 budget hearings, and they said they did not need any more funds from us, and that they did not need any capital improvement funds from us. They did not need any more additional operations funds from us, and that they were going to make do with the federal funds that they received directly, and if not, then they would, that the governor had promised to cover them with ARP funds. So, that's kind of the position that we're in here, and we're trusting that they're going to take care of it, just like we trusted through this pandemic, that public health, is going to stay on top of it all. And, but I think now, it really is a matter of transparency. If we can follow along what they're doing, what their thought processes are while they're doing it, it's going to help all the community to come along and say that's a good use of the money, right? And so GMH has not said anything, as far as I've heard, since the budget hearings to today about, being in dire need of money. So I hope, and the governor, of course, has transfer authority. We're not even over the fiscal year 2021, and we were tracking excesses. So they should be able to take care of GMH's needs. In fact, we should be able to stand up these programs using our own funds if we have to, and to do that right away.
Have you been monitoring what's happening over, I guess, at the Guam Memorial Hospital? I know when we spoke with Lillian, she was on the show yesterday. She did say that they did put in a request for ARPA, ARP money, to help pay off all of their debts and their vendors and what have you. But she also mentioned that the alternate care facility, they're finally going to start working on that up at the SNF. And then the staff infections. That just kind of was
those are alarming, of course. It's very alarming. And then I heard Dr. Lombard's take on that as well, that can't be avoided, or I don't know if it's Dr. Wen, but that that long contact that our frontliners are having with patients is something. So hopefully, I don't know, they did a very good job the first time, the first wave we had, or second wave, and to protect themselves. And I know that they're going to be making every effort to do that. That they've supposedly put in the equipment they need to do this, and that they're working again on the SNU. That's another thing. I remember January before the pandemic ever was found on Guam, before COVID was found on Guam. That was one of the first plans that they discussed, was how we were going to calibrate the SNU, you know, put in equipment that is necessary for all of these things. So it's very frustrating. It's really been a long process. We have a meeting with GMH that's coming up on September 21 as well, with all the senators and GMH, and to make sure that we are all up to speed and on the same page going forward.
Was there anything else, Speaker, on your radar, or anything that you want?
Just I'm happy that the RISE payments have gone out finally, and I think it's of course, even more necessary now than first intended. I mean, it's almost as if people are just getting more desperate, right? It's like things are looking worse. So I'm glad that money went out, and I want to thank Reverend Tax and DOA for really the employees doing what was necessary to get that money out as soon as possible. I know Daphne worked hard on getting the child tax credits program growing, and so we're looking forward to those payments going out as well. And and then, you know, I'm hoping, and I call her almost every week to follow up, what's the status of this earned income tax credits? Because as you know, the legislature seems to think this money is going to come in for fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22, and that it's you know, spendable money. But I want to make sure that we have enough there for tax refunds. I want to make sure that, you know, whatever obligations the Department of Revenue and Taxation provides, for example, how they did it for the child tax credit was they said all the money is going to go into a trust fund, and then we will pay it out as refunds. And so I'm anticipating, I think that's a good way to do it, right? Is that it gets locked up and it gets used for tax refunds. We still have so many. We are doing, the administration is doing a very good job at processing refunds and paying them out. I mean, a better job than other administrations for sure in many years. However, we are still behind, and I think we need to catch up. And I think that's just another way to get cash into people's hands. And that's what I think is very important at this time, that you get the cash into their hands. I was happy to see that the SNAP for the children, those benefits they were funded. And you saw that the use, right, of those, the long lines in the stores over the weekend. It's just another indication. The need is great. And so we have to just keep plugging away at this, like taking care of these needs. We have huge needs. Yeah. And
Speaker, I don't
right
know.
Now, medical needs are another very urgent matter.
On that note, right, I don't know if you heard yesterday, we interviewed Lillian Posadas, the hospital administrator, and I was kind of shocked to hear from her that they haven't got a single penny of American Rescue Plan funding.
ARP, right, that's what Sabrina was just saying. Right. Well, it's just like the rest of the government and the people. We only, as far as we know, what's been distributed is you know, the money to GITA and the money for the All Rights program. And you know, of course that. Well, Lillian is saying now, I think that she needs it as well to pay for FY21 obligations. You know, we didn't even talk about those because we were talking about FY22 budget through this whole budget deliberations. But yeah, I think whatever need the governor has said, whatever needs the hospital has, she's going to take care of. And I believe they have all the ability to do that. They have revenues coming in higher than what we had appropriated. For FY21, they have ARP funds, of course, and so they should be able to do that. And they have transfer authority, absolutely.
Let me go back to the RISE Act. I know you said that you were happy that it was paid out, but is it enough, Madam Speaker? Do you think our people need more direct assistance with the PUA ending?
Of course, yes. I think we need to stand up our programs of, I'm hoping they can stand up as many people, you know, I tried to do these calculations, but it would take a lot of programs to stand up to cover all of the unemployed and to put them into training programs or retraining programs, or, you know, and give them stipends while they do that, so that we kind of, take care of two things at once. We give them stipends for living expenses, and we also retrain them for jobs that they so far have not been able to get back into, or new jobs, right? So that they can be guaranteed a job during these kind of times. So I'm talking about these high need areas. We've talked about this before, right? That like when we brought in GCC and we talked to them about the boot camps and how these were in these areas of high need, perennial high needs. Like we've had these high needs for these types of workers, these types of skills for decades, and so we still need those. We still need teachers. We still need nurses. We still need nurse assistants. We still need social workers, right? You brought the CPS people on. You had a great show on that, by the way. Thanks. And we have to continue to bring people into those professions, and that's how we sustain ourselves here.
Right. Speaker, we're going to let you go with this comment. I don't know if you have information, but maybe it's something you can kind of track down. Can you ask the Speaker for status on war reparations? Asking for my aunt. There's still a lot of people who have not gotten their payment but received letters that they filed.
All right, well, I think that's concerning. If you've received letters that you're entitled to an award and you haven't received the award, there's some paperwork that they send kind of in the interim that needs to be done. But if they need help, you can come to my office for help. I'm sure you can go to the governor's office for help. And the public defender's office is also helping Manamco with war claims. So that was one of the specific duties that they agreed to, and so they are handling. And so they should be able to help you follow up. If you've got any kind of paperwork on it already, that's great. Then we know, they've received your claim, and we can just follow up on the payments.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thanks, Speaker.
All right, thank you all. And thank you for the information that you continue to provide to us every day. It's very critical. I think, please keep it up.
We're trying. We're trying. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Stay safe.
8:13. You ready to get into the news?
Sure.
Let's do it. It's Wednesday, September 15th, 2021. Our 8 o'clock newscast. And coming up, we have the daily question with KUAM News' Tomas Manglotnia. Okay? And your chance to win $500. Right on. Coming up before the end of the show with The Voice. It's all on the way here. It's 8:13 with the very latest. Brought to you by Pacific Points. From the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Today, everybody, a developing story is GPD and GFD responded to a shooting early this morning in Dededo. Medics and police responded to the incident at Dave's Barbershop. KUAM is waiting for more specific information, but have learned that a man may have been shot in the upper chest area. ALS was on scene. The male victim was transported to the hospital. Once we get more information, of course, we will pass it along. The island marks its 169th and 170th COVID-related fatalities. According to the Joint Information Center, one was a 52-year-old man who was dead on arrival at GMH with unknown vaccination status and unknown underlying health conditions. The second was an 84-year-old man fully vaccinated with underlying health conditions at the Guam Regional Medical City. The number of people hospitalized for COVID increased to 71. According to the JIC, of that number, 15 are receiving ICU level of care and 5 are on a ventilator. Out of the 71 patients, 38 are unvaccinated, 7 unknown, 1 ineligible, 25 unvaccinated. The Department of Public Health reported 219 new cases of COVID from 1,720 samples taken on the 13th. Of the new cases, 18 identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 12,772 officially reported cases of COVID, with 2,014 cases in isolation and 10,588 recoveries. The CAR score is now 43.9. The Guam Department of Education also confirmed 6 employees tested positive. The cases were identified at Finagayan Elementary, Machinao Elementary, Telefofo Elementary, Agata Johnston Middle School, and a pair of cases at D.L. Perez Elementary. As for vaccinations, a total of 113,436 eligible island residents have been fully immunized. Public Health's plans to open up an infusion center today in Manguilo have been postponed. According to Public Health spokesperson Janela Carrera, the arrival of a medical team from FEMA has been pushed back. They were expected to arrive last night, but according to Carrera, instead they were informed they will not be on Guam until next Friday or possibly next Saturday. With more news, here's Jason Solis.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Here is your Link News update. Guam Memorial Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas confirmed another COVID-positive person was dead on arrival. It's all the more reason the former head of the PAG strongly believes that additional restrictions are needed because things are going to get worse.
So what did you make at the press conference?
There's nothing in there.
Former PAG Chair Dr. Hoa Nguyen was expecting to hear more about what's going to be done to control the spread of COVID-19 because the triple-digit positives are taking a toll not only on island hospitals but every single person trying to hold the line.
People that at the front line, the policemen, the firefighter, the ER, the hospital, the clinic, I tell you, they have so good a hearted, but at a certain point, they're gonna break down.
If you were still the chairperson of the Physicians Advisory Group, what would you be recommending to the governor right now?
Put a restriction immediately, like now.
Dr. Nguyen doesn't feel a total lockdown should be implemented, but does believe the governor should order bars closed. Businesses should be mandated to go down to 50% occupancy with social distancing, and this includes churches.
Because right now, we're not doing anything different. It's 100% on the surge of this magnitude and this on the Delta variant. So the longer we wait, the worse we're going to get.
According to the latest surveillance summary posted on Public Health's website, in the past 7 days, Guam has seen 1,119 new positive cases, 17 COVID-related fatalities, and double-digit hospitalizations, which could go even higher if, according to Dr. Nguyen, the governor doesn't act now.
Right now, we're in the 70. Right now, I would say that there's a possibility that we hit 100. And that's reality if we keep going with triple digit in the community.
The governor, during her press conference on Monday, said there were discussions of possibly a partial lockdown or additional restrictions, but didn't provide any indication when or whether she would make that order. Instead, island residents are urged to continue to wear your masks, watch your distance, wash your hands, and get vaccinated. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matanani.
Well, 2 lives were lost in Saturday's fatal crash in PD, and Tyler Matanani spoke with their 2 closest friends who remember the lives they lived and the legacies they leave behind.
A memorial has been erected at the site of Saturday's fatal crash to remember the 2 women who died. Grace Takuyan Witt says her friend, 29-year-old Molly Haggie, was unselfish, caring, and her children were her life.
She would give anything for her family.
Haggie was found dead at the scene. She leaves behind her partner, Christopher Haggie, and their 5 children ranging from 1 to 10 years old.
I want these kids to have a good life, and I want him to know, like, Chris is one of my best friends. I want him to know that he's not alone.
To help the family, Witt created a GoFundMe page.
We wanted to do something, not just for funeral expenses, but we're hoping that by doing our GoFundMe page that we would be able to provide enough financial support so he wouldn't have to worry about, scrambling to find money to pay for all this and be able to still provide for his children.
The second fatal victim in Saturday's crash has been identified as 28-year-old Tina Tamingidad. Her close friend Trixie Nahaloa'a says she was sweet, thoughtful, and always put others before her. She was family-oriented with a deep love for Christ. She leaves behind her 5-year-old daughter.
My favorite memory of Tina is even when she was 6 months pregnant, and even if she was telling me she's in pain, backaches and whatnot, pregnancies, symptoms and whatnot. So she'll tell me you know what, even if I'm feeling like this, I'm not gonna miss your graduation. That's the kind of person Tina is. When she loves you so much, she will show up for you, and she's very selfless. She's so giving of herself.
The PD crash marked the island's 13th and 14th traffic-related fatalities of the year, and latest in a series of fatal crashes in the past several weeks. Police spokesperson Paul Tapau urges the community be mindful on island roadways.
We don't classify anything as an accident because accidents are defined as circumstances of uncontrolled circumstances of events. We can control that by simply reducing our speed, being aware of the road conditions and the posted speed limit, and refrain from driving while impaired, whether it be alcohol or any illicit drugs or even recreational cannabis.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
The condition of the third person is not known at this time. The added restrictions imposed by the governor's August 27th executive order are having a negative impact on local business, so says the GHRA, as they're wrapping up a survey of its members and received about 140 responses. President Mary Rhodes says one of the main concerns by respondents is an increase in cost.
There's obviously been such an immediate impact once the executive order went in place, from having to train employees for, having them require the proof of vaccination upon entry or the self-attestation form or both, and then also just getting everybody comfortable with what the new protocols are. I think there's still general concern out in the community. And the fact that these requirements all come into play soon is just another added stressor to the businesses.
She says one of the other key takeaways is the number of staffers that will need to be tested. GHRA is sharing the different testing options available to the private sector, which must comply by September 27th.
The number of people who are still unvaccinated, with about 30% still out there in the community. I think that it's still really important that people still get vaccinated as much as possible for those who are able to get vaccinated. But for those, it's obviously going to be a challenge for public health to monitor and enforce this requirement.
GHRA is finalizing the results, which hopes to be released by the end of the week. And trying to make sure it doesn't happen again, that's from Lillian Posadas relative to a spoiled shipment of Regeneron. Due to temperature control issues, almost of GMH's Regeneron shipment had to be thrown out, with the administrator saying yesterday that shipping complications are being addressed.
We're looking into that, how can that be prevented? Because we certainly don't want those kinds of medications to be, wasted. And so we're looking into that.
Shipments of Regeneron were arranged by the feds and were sent to Guam directly from the manufacturer, presenting tracking and timely retrieval problems of recent shipments. Posada says work is set to begin in transforming the SNU in Barrigada Heights to an alternate care facility. FEMA awarded $15 million to GMH, including design, construction, and various types of medical equipment.
The first phase of it is the construction of the B wing, so we can split up that ventilation system, and then we can then use the SNF site for both COVID and non-COVID for decompressing our facility.
The end goal, she says, for the alternate care facility is to be able to make the SNF capable enough to temporarily treat acute care patients when GMH is overwhelmed with COVID cases. Let's get back now to the link.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And today is the deadline to apply for the All Rise program. According to DRT, individuals who are having challenges filing online may file their applications manually at DRT from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. today. A status applications received on the 1st were processed for payment on Friday. A total of 18,236 payments were processed, totaling $19.4 million. Now, of this, 55% will be paid by direct deposit. Applicants who were included in the September 10 check write can expect to receive their All Rise payments as early as this week, either in the mail or as a direct deposit in their bank accounts if they elect to be paid by direct deposit. Now, as of 7 p.m. Monday the 13th, a total of 34,798 applications were received, with 26,375, or about 76% of them, being filed online. Again, today is the last day to apply for the All Rise program. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken faces more tough questions from senators about the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Yesterday, he was grilled by House members, and today, it's the Senate's turn. Skylar Henry reports.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken called the evacuation of U.S. forces out of Afghanistan heroic.
In the end, we completed one of the biggest airlifts in history, with 124,000 people evacuated to safety.
But lawmakers had tough questions about how the Biden administration executed the withdrawal, including leaving an unspecified number of Americans and Afghan allies behind.
You evacuated 6,040 Americans and say only a couple of hundred remain. Your own department told this committee in July that there were 10 to 15,000 Americans in Afghanistan. There's a huge difference between 6,000 and 15,000. What happened to these other Americans?
The secretary says the federal government did everything it could to get all Americans out ahead of the withdrawal deadline.
Our consular team worked 24/7 to reach out to Americans who could still be in country, making 55,000 phone calls, sending 33,000 emails by August 31st. And they're still at it.
Secretary Blinken faced the toughest questions from Republicans, but frustrations with the withdrawal was bipartisan.
Mr. Secretary, the execution of the U.S. withdrawal was clearly and fatally flawed. This committee expects to receive a full explanation of the administration's decisions on Afghanistan since coming into office last January. There has to be accountability.
And some question whether America is in more danger of a terrorist attack after leaving Afghanistan. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
And with your news in tomorrow now, here is Ken Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get some to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Manakeke siguro na tuma susedi talu tay gwini. Adyo lang yung Mr. Dorigua Memorial na Hospital, Sililang Posadas. Para man babas yan na amo region around nung manafan matumagi. Sa pudisen mapud mareglay kalentado ani makakat gamagi kanato di man matumagi na siya man region around para guati Guam Memorial na Hospital sa man majuti sa pudiman Thailand si Posada sa sangani ling na programa ni KUAM na makikeregla estay problema ni kumakat gamagi amot maregla do pulsi finatonyas ti magi na amot ni federal na masigon magi direktamento gini fumartina si amot. Pada juga siya otro problema ni tamanu man rostrea jani muna artesaw tempo ni David yu fatumagi amot. Otro mas ginas Posadas, asangan na listo para matutunin matulaikan niya di skill nursing facility giza Barrigada Heights, esta alternate care na fasilitadad. Manmanay Guam Memorial Hospital, 15 milyon pesos na grant, gin ni FEMA. Adyo na sa lapis sa piso manay para ma-designate ang construction, dyan trusted medico siya. Ilang mas si Posadas na makikitsog isa para mas kapas si skill nursing facility para matrata temporary zaman malango ni senat din na sednot siya. Tazangin mati tempo na mampu sa Guam Memorial na Hospital, mantinani ma-attendi minalango ni COVID-19. Otro asunto, gada lang tulos sa tungo sa di makikiat sa monumento para ma-honor Gold Star families. Adyo sa familia na man matay mentas masesedbi i Estados Unidos. Masusedi public hearing para ibiyaw niya si Senador Joe San Agustin para maturisa na San Memorial gi Skinner Plaza gipyo na di Purple Heart na monumento. Istumistigo para este nabiyaw sa si Abraham Mora no pininit si Lunia Samson gi Geran Afghanistan gi diades gi Hulyo 2008 na sakan. Matay lokwe gi otro na sinlalongwahan isa rento Brian Leon Guerrero. Ilang niya si Mora na mentas guidas na familiar niya sa Distebago Masisentya iinigong dyan ipininiti po ni Manalingon Sam lamalig dididi sa tunga ni manmapos siya na member ni Serbisyo lalahi ang pamalawan sa manmaoonra sa manmahaso para sacrificial niya. Ilang niya si San Agustin na nakikialom gi agenda estinabio gi session para bago na mes. Mas kedyo di seremonyon dedikada gi Skinner Plaza gi dia 24 gi September. Este na dia sa ultimo na Domingong September no masilelebra kadasakan sa mafananan Gold Star Family Day. Ultimo na asunto para pago na Merkules ni KUM News gifinot sa Moro, masilelebra ni Commission on Decolonization todo cosas sa natikulo natibo gwinigi mamayla na Bednes dia 17 September dis las 12 gitaloanes este ya las 7 gipaingi. Para masilebra este ni Guam Museum sa para mapresenta itaw-taw siya para ma-promote adi Indigenous Peoples Day na makumbibiday publiko para fansugo gatu wihi para fan malitatu. I-direktor exekutibo si Melvin Wampet Borja asangani KUM na este na sinisedi sa para najuday tinito ni diskusyon ni kininsiste ni Commission of Decolonization. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Ken Concepcion. Yasuto Finutsamoro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizogi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be with MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Hey, good morning, and we're back at 8:31. Let's go ahead and get into the daily question from the KUAM News team, Tomas Maglotnia. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, Link family. Thanks for joining us. Yesterday's daily question, we got dozens of responses. The daily question that we posed was, what conversations have you had with family and friends about getting vaccinated?
All right, and we're going to go ahead and play the clip from the daily question, right?
Well, we're just going to share some of the responses real quick that we, some of the top comments that we had here on our Facebook page. Chamarita Rages, one of our top fans, she writes a very thoughtful response. She says, "We're not doctors in any of the areas of medicine or disease, but will abide and be mindful with all the help we can get to stop this virus from continuing to take over our freedom, families, and our way of life." She continues to add, "As we took all the guidance that was given to us by medical professionals, the governor, president, and World Health Organization, we are not in this alone, but we can be the solution to the problem at hand and follow every guidance given to us to fight and beat the costs. We will survive this, but we cannot do this alone. Delta variant is feeding itself to become deadlier by us not being able to apply to every guidance given." That's a conversation she said she's having with her family. Some other comments that we got on Facebook. Peter Corey Camacho writes, "We just remind each other to be safe and careful when out in public. We're all vaccinated, but still take all necessary precautions. We miss our friends and family, but this is how we demonstrate our love to them. Thank God for social media outlets. Kudos and prayers to all of our first responders. We cherish you." Another comment that we got online from Ella says, "Just reminding my kids that even if they're vaccinated, it's still not safe out there, and they're not 100% COVID bulletproof." That's what she writes. And one of the other top comments we got on Facebook says, from Victorina, "We talk about it. If you're not vaccinated, please do so safe our island, the people, and the children. Let's all be safe. Please get vaccinated." And she writes, "No more dying." And just wanted to share some of the shorter responses that we got from our Facebook, from our Instagram stories. One person writing that they talk with their family and say that talking about whether or not it's about religious or political views more important than others. One mother here writing in response to our Instagram story saying, "My son reminds me that when he turns 12 in October, he was going to get the shot." And Chris, I think one of the responses that we got to wrap up our daily question was, "It's none of your business." But we appreciate you for engaging
Right on.
and telling us some of the conversations you had. And we'll be sharing today's daily question around 10 a.m. on Instagram and Facebook, and sharing it also on Primetime in case you miss it.
Why, you didn't get any crazy, like, we don't want to turn into Magneto type of responses?
Always a range of responses. Yeah, people voicing their view on our social media pages. Other people, still saying that they're having these, conversations. It's still ongoing. More people need to get vaccinated.
And I'm pretty sure the conversations are going to increase because we're now looking at the booster shot. And that's a whole other conversation. I'm talking to a lot of people who are fully vaccinated, and now they're really considering whether or not they want to get the booster.
Right. Lots of people, just as always, wondering about schools, wondering about the booster shots, wondering, as Chima said, what would people like to see? And, hopefully we'll get some answers to that in terms of what people would like to see.
I like it when they flip the question back on it. Yeah, so if you guys weren't listening earlier, we had Chima on, and I was like, what type of restrictions do you think would work from a scientific standpoint? And he was like, well, what type of restrictions do you think would work? Anyway.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Tomas, we're doing a stream, right, this morning?
Yes, around 10:30, KUAM Digital will be sharing a live stream to the Judiciary and Government Operations Committee meeting in the CNMI on the island of Saipan. The Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios will be testifying on some of the investigations happening into the spending and use of funds by the current governor, Ralph Torres. You know, if you're reading the news, if you're in the CNMI, you know that the lieutenant governor is also rumored to possibly run to replace Governor Torres in the next election, and so everyone looking to this 10:30 hearing to see what the lieutenant governor has to say about all these matters that, you know, we reported on. I guess it's almost a year and a half ago, right? When
so refresh our memory. It's about spending, right? And there's some questionable spending.
Yeah, just across the board in terms of also trips, airline trips, some also items that were purchased
Using government funds.
Yes, and so the hearings.
Wasn't there something about like they had accused him of taking the harbor patrol boat out fishing?
Yeah, the DPS safety boat, lots of questions about that. And all of the hearings are in the CNMI legislature live stream, which is, you know, fairly new. They haven't, usually you would only be able to watch the live streams on TV, but now they're all on YouTube if you look at CNMI legislature.
And so we're going to be carrying that.
We'll be sharing it, yes, on KUM, on all of our platforms. Again, that's 10:30 today. Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios will be testifying in the GGO committee.
Yeah, and this is just part of our expanding a coverage. You know, we brought Tomas on board, not just to focus on what's going on here on Guam, but to really kind of pull away and provide regional perspective.
Yeah, and I'll be on Saipan in October. There's also a special election coming up. Lots of news, no matter where you're at, with the pandemic, with government, with schools, with business. No shortage of conversations to have, and that's why we also ask, you know, the daily question is to get people's, you know, view on things that are happening every single day.
Yeah, hopefully we can do a tandem investigative trip to Rota in October.
If you're there, I'm there.
Yeah, because you know, I really want to look more into and investigate their fiesta if they have one.
They just wrapped up. You know, I was just looking at footage of they had their coconut festival just recently.
Oh, nice.
And so I got footage from that, and I was looking through it, and we'll be sharing that, and of course a new regional show will be launching in about 2 weeks.
Too much.
Pacific Matters.
Yeah, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
So sharing all the views from across the region, and just expanding, you know, the stories we tell. So
thank you, Tomas. So right on. So look out for the daily question around 10 or so on our social media platforms.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Education Superintendent John Fernandez. Do we got him? I could go to break. Okay, he's here. Superintendent John Fernandez joins us. Good morning, John.
Half a day, Chris. Half a day, team.
I just got to ask right off the bat, because we had a couple bus drivers on yesterday, and they were talking about preparing for a return to face-to-face on Monday, September 20th. And so I asked, well, where are you getting that information? And they said, oh, it's a rumor. So, I mean, I don't know. Let's just start there. Are we returning to face-to-face on Monday?
So my understanding is that the governor would like to review just the latest, the latest statistics coming in these next few days regarding the cases, and then we'll make a determination before she issues an executive order. She is interested. This is just from my direct conversation with her, and I think she is interested in reauthorizing the opening of schools. But again, she's kind of weighing that against where we are with the new cases and what the public health is seeing. So, you know, again, that's I guess the first thing we have to wait for, and I would advise all of our stakeholders to wait for, is first of all, the governor has to take action to authorize it. That'll likely come out in an executive order. The Joint Information Center will put that out, and then from there, based on what the executive order says, that'll determine when and how we open. My understanding is that, I guess at the very latest, is that when she does reauthorize, she will pick a date that will be at least the earliest that schools can open, but she's going to leave it to the individual schools or school districts like GDOE or the Catholic schools to determine how they want to open and when they want to open after So, I don't know what to expect. That we're here in midweek. I did ask, of course, for as much notice as possible for GDOE once that decision is made, and then we'll definitely go from there to to inform our community as to what's next. We have a work session tomorrow with our board to kind of go through our plans for the school reopening and kind of let them know what we're thinking through and what our options and recommendations are, and not just for what we want to do in the first week that schools open, but taking a look ahead as to what the medium term and long term expectations are. What we want to do is we want to avoid another full shutdown if possible. And I mean, it's so disruptive to shut the entire school system down that we've been looking at, what are these other options that will allow us to create a safer campus, help our stakeholders feel more comfortable, but at the same time, avoid having to close down the entire school. So, entire school district. So that's something we'll be working with and discussing with our board. And we've had a lot of discussions about how to approach that already. I think we did a lot of planning to reopen schools, but this planning, the planning right now is what to do in a situation where you might see continued fluctuations in the community health health environment. It's easy to open schools, it's easy to close schools, but when you think about how to sustain, education over the year, what are the various approaches that we can take to try to sustain, in-person learning for as long as possible? And so that's a little bit different from where we were over the summer, but definitely something that I think we're prepared for, and something that we just need to work with our stakeholders to communicate and help them understand and try to address their concerns and anxieties about where we are. And then there's also a lot of moving parts. So even as we plan, people are asking about the boosters. People are talking about when we find out about the employee vaccination mandate and how many employees are fully vaccinated. People want to know when a vaccine might be available for 12 and for under 12, the under 12 age group, and so forth. So as we get any further information, that those could continue to shape and impact our strategy. And again, some of those questions we still are waiting for. We don't know the answer to yet. So I think we're prepared for her to issue her order. But again, when she issues that, whether it's tomorrow or next week, she is giving the schools the flexibility to make sure that we can return to school in an orderly fashion. In some ways, it does put the onus back on the school systems to determine, what safe campuses look like from the standpoint of meeting public health requirements, and also ensuring that our stakeholders are also comfortable and understand what's in place. But at the same time, if that's what it takes, we're prepared to have those discussions and really explain our approach to reopening schools.
What about discussions with the Department of Public Works? Because we did have a couple of bus drivers call in yesterday, and they were concerned about I guess there may be some new protocols for when students get on the bus.
So we do know, and I've communicated this to the governor and public health, that we've gone through our stakeholder meetings for a couple of weeks. In fact, I think just last week, as you know, we held one on Saturday and Friday as well, and the governor actually attended those. So definitely what happens is a lot of discussion about the community situation, a lot of discussion about what happens in school. But there's also, you always get the questions of, well, you guys say you're handling it in school, but what about the buses? They get on the buses, they're all together and so forth. And of course, we don't speak, we are not able to really speak in terms of what DPW is doing and thinking. I mean, we know what they're doing, but what they're thinking and whether they're going to change course, that's another discussion. So I did, communicate with the Public Works. I think it was actually yesterday, trying to get an update on their plans. And, I was informed, of course, that there are a lot of ideas floating around, but the public health guidance out there actually sets, actually the existing K-12 guidance for buses allows for full capacity, and of course masking and so forth. Whether or not the DPW goes beyond that and is able to go beyond that to, do hand sanitizers. I heard there was an idea of, air filtration, on the buses and so forth. That's something that DPW has to clarify and provide us that information as well. So I did actually reach out to Vince Ariola, Linda, Ibanez over at DPW, and Art San Augustine over at Public Health and his team, because as part of our school reopening plan, there is a lot of discussion about what the bus transportation mitigation plan is. And I think a lot of our, not just public, but private school and charter school, partners and their families are all asking the same questions. What is the plan? And is there anything that's going to change once we reopen? So we're awaiting that information from Public Works. The only thing I think we were talking about is we get a lot of questions that coming from the outside, but I've encouraged people to talk directly to each other, because similar to me, I get a lot of questions, but they might not be coming from the right people that I need to meet with to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah. So I said, to the Public Health and Public Works, whoever's working to approve the plans needs to meet with us, needs to meet with the person working on the plan at Public Works, just so we can tighten up and make sure we answer the questions and don't get it second, third hand from things out in the media or social media about what's happening. Because, a lot of rumors out there, like you mentioned, Chris.
Yeah.
And even though, like you can say, even the employees are also, paying attention. So they get confused as well sometimes when they get a lot of unofficial. And the unofficial rumors are not coming from, some unknown sources. A lot of it's from credible sources,
of course,
who just may be aware of different, aspects of the conversation.
Yeah.
So I always say, wait till we get the official word, because they might be credible sources, but things change so rapidly in this environment. And I just hate for us to be out there with the wrong information and having to come back and walk it back, and then confuse everybody as part of, this, trying to relieve everybody's anxiety and stress. So,
I know. So that's why
I
kind of want to just go back, because, again, the return to face-to-face September 20th, just looking at what you said, it sounds like there's an EO pending, right?
There would need to be an EO, because we had this conversation on Saturday, and I know that when the governor said, look, when I authorize schools to open, I'm going to let the schools figure out, when and how they want to open. And one of our parents said, well, you heard it here. The governor said, superintendent, you have the authority to open. I said, well, no, technically we need an EO, that allows for the suspension on in-person learning to be lifted. And once that's issued, we're going to want to make sure we read the executive order to, make sure that we understand what those parameters are. But her intent seems to be that she's going to give a date, and anytime after that, she will allow, the schools will be allowed to figure out how they want to return in order for us to do it in an orderly manner. So we definitely don't want to hear that we're open on Friday evening and then on Monday morning expect people to be, in the classrooms and the buses on time and so forth. So we've told that we need at least 2 to 3 days to shift food service operations. So, that's why that whole notion of a week to transition is important, because there are some things that we need to shift back and make sure they're ready to go when students return to the schools.
John, when face-to-face return happens, just for clarity, will students who are currently on the online, because we moved everyone online, right? Will students who are currently online, who didn't sign up for online at the beginning of the school year, be given the opportunity to stay on online?
So the answer, just like last week, is no at this time. So, and part of that, again, is the fact that we have a lot of students who come to school face-to-face, and those teachers who are in those classrooms are the very same teachers we would have to pull to teach online if we had, online classes taking place. So the answer is right now, no. We do understand, of course, there is a concern that parents have going back to face-to-face. So that's why the return to face-to-face instruction is something we're looking at and looking at the options. And again, I think you might have heard us discuss this, that the possibility of reopening in cohorts is a very real possibility, depending on the risk, the community risk situation. So again, what I've been talking to our board about and our team about is that, if the governor reopens and we're still in the midst of some of these high numbers, to me, it looks like unless there is an absolute critical emergency that public health has to come in again and say, shut down, that she is actually willing to let the schools, kind of operate and determine how to address the risk as long as possible before she does something, before she shuts down the school system again. So it looks like we're going to really have to be aware of and take a strong approach to how we want to operate, should those numbers go up and the governor, doesn't step in. So we've been looking at the CDC, guidance with regard to how to continue to track the community risk situation. And I think you've seen our dashboards before where we're back in the summer, we were at a low risk situation when it was time to open. And as you track the positive numbers and the new cases, we've moved from low risk to high risk, in a matter of 3 to 4 weeks. Under that high risk situation, what CDC recommends is not that you automatically close, but that you look at your safety measures and determine, what you need to strengthen or what you need to reinforce, given that the high risk in the community raises, school risk as well. So part of that, part of their recommendations have been, you might want to, again, they phrase it as, you might want to reinforce or expand physical distancing. To us, that is in line with our, this approach to cohort, to use cohorts when we're in a high risk situation. And then as the risk reduces, hopefully over time, you can determine when to resume, full 5 days of instruction. So it becomes a risk-based strategy that we can, operate with and use internally at DOE. The other school systems, private schools might have to develop their own, but this is a way that we can work within GDOE to be proactive in taking those mitigating measures prior to the governor or public health needing to step in. So we're looking at that as the cohorting as a strategy, but only a short-term strategy to get us through this high-risk situation. And once the risk moves, reduces, then be able to expand in-person learning to the full 5 days. The other things that are coming about, just based on the president's directive and the fact that when a lot of the guidance that CDC produced, a lot of that guidance still exists from when the vaccines were just early, in its early stages. So you've seen the president kind of pivot towards a more aggressive vaccination strategy. And so you're starting to see, a lot of that discussion. Not just the employee mandates. You're starting to see discussion about whether students should be mandated to vaccine, or if not, whether the vaccination status should be a ticket to either coming to school for face-to-face learning or to participate in things like, interscholastic sports. So that's a lot. That's some of the discussion that's out there that we hear from parents and other stakeholders. We haven't tackled those questions yet, because that's obviously there's a lot of there's going to be a lot of debate about that. But we definitely at this point are working to help employees comply with the vaccination mandate, and then working to track the vaccination status of our kids. There is the other component that we're talking about very actively, and hopefully within the next week and a half we can have more details about, is that we've been working with public health on a screening testing approach. So as part of what you see in the recommended prevention strategies that are out there, of course we've been talking about a lot of them, like masking and distancing and vaccination. But for those who are unvaccinated, there's been a lot more discussion about screening testing and how that should work. And so, we've always been, we've envisioned that the school system would open and we would have a regular testing regimen. And so I think there is, Public Health has received, I believe it's a $5 million grant that just needs to be implemented now to purchase the tests, make them available, ensure that people are trained, and then be able to administer the screening and testing, within our schools. When I look at the CDC guidance, I was anticipating that this would be like a random testing of everybody. It looks like the recommendations from CDC is that the screening and testing approach only really refers to those who have not been vaccinated. So I said, look, it looks like we're not talking about taking vaccinated and unvaccinated and just randomly testing. It looks like what the CDC is recommending is that if we are, especially if we're in a higher risk situation, that screening and testing is going to be a critical part of your strategy, whether it's weekly or more than once a week. The focus seems to be on those who are not yet vaccinated, and so we have to have that discussion and whether that's going to be the recommended approach from public health when they start to implement their grant. I think for us, I think we're looking at training our not just our nurses. Our nurses are trained, and of course we'll refresh their training. But the testing doesn't have to be done by a medical professional. The testing can be done by others who are just trained to be able to administer the test. And we're looking at trying to make sure that we can find the least invasive tests, as possible, so that we can make it less of a traumatic experience for those who are going to submit to weekly testing. So we're looking at that versus the possibility of outsourcing that function to an outside organization. So we're prepared either way. I believe we're going to be discussing this with public health later this week, and hopefully next week we can have some recommendations that we can move forward with, so that when we return to opening, when we get past the employer mandate deadline on the 24th, that we can have a screening and testing approach ready to go shortly thereafter.
So, John, what happens? I know it sounds like it is a hard no for students and parents who don't want to go back to face-to-face. I mean, what's going to happen to these children? Are they just going to be marked absent, or they're going to be truant? Because some parents, they might just not feel safe, no matter what kind of safety protocols that GDOE puts in place.
Well, I think that is just an ongoing, hard discussion that we have to have with our parents. Now, with regard to truancy, that's where we say, look, the executive order was put out there. There has been a determination that habitual truancy, will not be enforced during this period of time, recognizing that this is a period of time where parents are, maybe withholding their kids from coming to in-person instruction. When we go back, we definitely are cognizant of the safety issues that need to be addressed. I have to say, it's a hard conversation. To convince parents that despite the number of cases that we report, none of those cases are a product of spread within the schools. All of those cases came from home. All of the cases came from the community. No matter how long the school system is shut down, the number of kids keeps rising, right? The number of kids reporting, it keeps going up. So I've had kids who've been out of school for 2.5 weeks. They call because they're responsible. They say, well, we just want to let the school know my kid tested positive. And we said, well, because that's not on campus, you haven't even, that 10 days that we would look backwards and, try to assess your infectious, when your infectious stage was, you're not on campus, so we're not reporting it, but they reported to GDOE, and we've been reporting those numbers only when it comes to kids who have been on campus, right? But the kids are not, they haven't stopped being infected, just because schools have been closed. The numbers have risen, the numbers continue to rise, and I think that's something we have to grapple with as a community. It's not, the schools haven't been the cause of the issue or the problem. Now, of course, the fear, is that when they go to school, it's gonna happen. Well, at this point, we're shut down. It's not happening at school. We need to get control of what's happening in the community and make sure we take care of that. Take care of the source of the problem, which is out in the events where they found these things to be taking place. And the schools will need to do their part. I am, again, relieved that we've had some time to be shut down, and as well as to have walked through our schools of public health, because in our walkthroughs of public health, we can see where the areas of risk are versus where the schools are doing well. So we recognize, of course, the cafeteria is kind of an open concern because that's where the masks get taken off. So this week, we were glad, extra time because we've been able to receive and start to install, the cafeteria plexiglass, dividing where kids are sitting and eating. So that's something that is already underway. And when our kids and employees and families return to the schools, they'll see that additional support in place. I mean, the requirement from CDC is physical distancing. So installing the plexiglass was just an additional measure based on our observations of public health. That even though there's distancing, these are little kids and people are going to be worried and concerned and their masks are off. So I said, if we're able to kind of, go beyond what we need to address that situation, then let's go ahead and do so. Whereas in the classroom, that hasn't been as much of a concern because kids have their mask on, there's distancing, and we've observed how the classes are and they're pretty orderly. So that's one area. And then the other area is the physical distancing outside of the classroom. So, during lunch, during the break, when kids are hanging out, especially at the secondary schools. So, we've had a shipment that's finally, we're going to come in shortly and hopefully in time for us to implement of heavy duty canopies and tables and chairs that we can put on the outside of, outside the classroom and in the common areas to assist schools with physical distancing during their breaks and during their time outside the classroom. So those two areas, are concerns. I mean, there's not evidence that we've seen any spread within the schools, but we've seen areas that, look, we might want to tighten up and provide support to address those issues. And so this time has bought us a little bit of extra time to get those shipments in and begin the installation. So we're not saying that we can't improve. We will always work to improve. And this has benefited us in that way. So when people return to school, they will see some of these additional supports in place. And, then we can hopefully assure our parents that we are safe. When we start in cohorts, I mean, I think that's another thing that's come out of our parent and stakeholder discussions, that I think cohort seems to be the idea that's been floated that seems to have more support, and at least in terms of understanding how it's going to help with safety. It's going to be an interim solution. We're not doing cohorts all year. That's not the intent. But while we are, in the high risk, measure of risk, in the community, that's probably going to be our approach until those numbers come down. And once those numbers come down, we can then resume, full in-person instruction. Right. So again, it's not an easy conversation. There's a lot of science that if you were following the science, you still have to read the science to make sure you understand what's going on. And I've done that. I've tried to keep up with it. And like I said, that information gets updated frequently. Mm. So even if you say, hey, follow the science, that still takes a lot of work. Yeah. If you're not just going to simply rely on your healthcare professionals. But it's a lot easier to take a look at what's going around on social media. Unfortunately, a lot of that is mixed in with a lot of misinformation. And so sorting that out is a tough, a tough thing to do for our families.
Well, let's look at the information that we do have, though, John. And I want to kind of go back to what you had said, and then the intent of the executive order that suspended temporarily the face-to-face learning. I want to say when the governor announced that, she had said it was only a matter of time before the cases hit the schools, and that she would look at the positive cases and all these different factors to make a decision about returning to face-to-face. But, like you said, we have to control what's going on in the community, and that's not happening, right? We haven't seen a change. In fact, it's gotten worse, right, with these dead on arrivals and the high positivity that we're seeing every day. So when you say that we got to get a hold of things in the community and it hasn't changed, I'm sure you can understand the parents' mentality, right? Is that, well,
right? Well, I stressed that to the governor and her team when we discussed this about a week ago. When we had been shut down for 2 weeks, and she was indicating that she wanted to consider reauthorizing us to open up again. And my first response was, Governor, is public health ready to go out there and explain what this means to our community? Because we're in a worse situation than we were 2 weeks ago when he decided to close. Now, I think what's driving, and again, I'm not privy to the day-to-day numbers and information, but there are healthcare experts and professionals advising her that are, I believe, which is, you know, in our conversation, she did indicate that what we're seeing, even though the cases are rising and so forth, that the impact on children is not severe as compared to those who are in older age groups and higher risk age groups. And what we're seeing is that the children are being infected. Their symptoms, they're mostly either asymptomatic or mild. And that, I guess my read on that is that when you look at the data, when you look at what's happening, is that it's the issue is really the adults who are being infected. So your children may be infected and may transmit it to an adult, a high-risk adult, an unvaccinated adult, but the children themselves don't appear at this point to be in a high-risk situation where they require hospitalization or require, anything more than a couple of days to recover. So that was my read on, that conversation a while ago. Now, of course, I'm not privy to the day-to-day, and that information can change. And that information is completely relevant to our decisions to open and reopen. And that's something that we've continued to request and say, to indicate that that's something that we're going to need to understand, not just the overall numbers, but the pediatric numbers. How does this virus impact kids? Because, we're talking about hospitalizations and deaths and so forth. But what our parents are doing is they're just transferring that and saying, well, our kids are in that same risk category and we don't want our kids to die. We don't want our kids to go in a hospital. Now, if there is something that they are relying on to show and demonstrate that kids can be safe and can be, won't be severely affected, then that really needs to be discussed and communicated. And I think that's why we had those two stakeholder sessions, because I told her that I'm not in a position to be able to say those things. I don't have the expertise or the credibility with regard to the healthcare information. Someone from your side needs to speak up about that and explain it so that, and build confidence in the community that what we're doing as we track the information related to children, that the kids are going to be safe from a healthcare standpoint, and that the risks of returning are not as high as, we're perceiving. So, that's a struggle for us too, because, again, we're tracking, we want to know, tell me the first time you see a serious case. Tell me when you talk about the death or hospitalization, we need to know, are those kids? Mm-hmm. Because otherwise we're just assuming these are older people, they've got underlying conditions or something, but
we're seeing
the narrative about children needs to be really clear.
Yeah. I mean, I know you're seeing it in the States, John. They had the record numbers of the pediatric hospitalizations. But we also...
Yeah, I am seeing that. The problem is, in looking at that data, is there was a very close correlation to the states in which those hospitalizations are being seen. So the record numbers you're seeing happen to be in areas where they can't figure out whether wearing a mask is a good thing, right? So that's the problem. It's like, well, now I understand why your hospitalization rates are going up, because you're banning the use of masks in the schools.
Right,
yeah. So there is information there, but we need someone to help. I guess what I'm saying, we need someone to help make sense of it.
Yeah.
For us.
Well, I think the number, and I get what you're saying, but the number I saw in the story we ran was something like 700,000 nationwide or something crazy. But we saw another national story about the reopening of schools in New York, and one thing that they had mentioned, kind of as an aside in the reporting, was that each classroom has 2 of these HEPA air purifiers or whatever. So where are we with those for GDOE schools?
So that is and so we had to cancel and reissue that procurement because we had protests that were filed against that. I mean, it's we're looking at one in every classroom, and these are actually what I would say. I guess these are not, you're saying 2 HEPA filters. We're talking about commercial style filters. So it's high volume. It's very competitive, and there were some concerns raised about it, and we did not want it to get stuck in the procurement protest stage. So we last week, I believe, we canceled it and are reissuing it to try to get that along. So again, that's gonna the extra time does help us in that regard. The HEPA filters are not necessarily a requirement to operate, but they are something that we know, especially for our elementary school students, where vaccination is not an option. That's really the concern for me, is because I can tell our secondary school parents that vaccination's available for our students, that the employees are required to be vaccinated. And I have 2 kids in secondary school, and I would not be doing anything that I would, not feel safe having my own kids go to school. But of course, the elementary school students, I think the earliest I've heard, again, this would just be a rumor of a comment, but the earliest I've heard is maybe end of October for a possible vaccine for the under 12. So, until then, I know that parents are going to be really concerned about, we don't even have that extra option to protect our kids. So yeah, well, we're working on getting that procured and get that prioritized for this next round, but that's not here yet.
You got to get on that emergency procurement they're doing everywhere else. It's like boom, 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 boom.
Well, I think part of the challenge was I think part of the challenge in our procurement is that we indicated that we needed it within 30 days. And, I think everyone says, look, this is going to take longer to bring the volume and, fabricate. So that's something we had to just make sure we address. But, again, with the elementary and with the secondary, if we go back, a part of it, I think part of the issue in the elementary schools, of course, it is the physical distancing outside the classroom. And so, if we're able to cohort and reduce the number of kids on campus, at least for the short term, we're hoping that at least that approach will allow our parents to feel a little bit safer. And we'll go and we'll deal with these issues as we continue to tackle them.
Yeah, because my boy Chase has a crush and he wants to be a little bit closer than 6 feet.
Well, hopefully for you, if they're in the wrong cohorts, they might not see each other at all.
Okay, let me give you a call. I want to arrange
Make it happen. Make it happen, John.
Let's do it. Thanks, John.
When I told my kids we're going to cohorts, they said, well, what are you doing? And I said, we may have to go alphabetically because we want to keep families together, right?
Right.
And so I think what they did is they went and calculated their friends, what their last names were, and they're trying to, what's that cutoff letter?
Yeah. Right.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks.
There you go. John Fernandez, GDOE Superintendent. Comments going off. Thank you guys. The Facebook Live.
Those virtual input sessions, man, way to go, GDOE, in offering that up. Because I sat in on a couple, sat in on Saturday, I think, when the governor appeared, and parents were on it. They had students that were in there giving their suggestions and also their concerns. So it's nice that he has an open door policy like that and allowing people to just kind of sound off.
That sounds like something that Adelup would should implement, because it kind of seems like they need to talk to the community. It's 9:13. We're going to take a quick break right here on the link, and we have the Greater Good. It's coming up on this Wednesday. Good morning.
Looking for TV schedules?
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Welcome everybody back to The Link on this Wednesday morning. We are going to give away $500 if you know some trivia on our voice giveaway. The voice premiere is coming up next Tuesday, so make sure to stay tuned for that because we want to give you and your family $500. And we also want to do something for our island's less fortunate, and that is why our next guest is doing such a wonderful thing for the community. Can't wait to tell you all about this. I've been waiting all week for this interview. We have Lori Marble, who is with the Be Heartfelt organization. Lori, Hafaday, and good morning. And I see we had a little bit of a video bomb there. A certain distinguished member of our community kind of like rushed by the lens.
Yes, she did. Good catch.
First of all, let's just let the cat out of the bag and everything. She is your beloved sister, and who is this wonderful person? Another good civil servant here.
Yeah. So former
Hi, Kelly. Former Senator Kelly Marsh Titanoff. Well, it would seem that community service and doing something for your fellow man, like obviously runs in your family. And you, as part of Be Heartfelt, are organizing a shoe drive, which is vastly needed in this community. So please tell me all about it, the mechanics, the motivation behind it, and most importantly, how we can get involved.
Yeah, so, as you talk about the fact that my sister and I both have that compassion for serving others, that runs deep for us. As children, we both experienced being homeless. I was for about a year and a half. And, that has been the driving force in working with nonprofits for about the last 15 years. I've worked with nonprofits out of Kansas City, and then also here on the island and in the Philippines and Peru, and really trying to connect, my past to then something that's inspiring and encouraging children who are experiencing it at this time in their life, and trying to show them that they are seen by others and that they are valuable and that they were created for a purpose, and that this time in their life doesn't translate to a lifelong homelessness. Right. And that we can pivot, make changes, and especially if we have people in our lives to encourage us along the way, show us that, we were created for more than our circumstance. Mm-hmm. And so as I come here to the island, I have served at Harvest House, Oasis Empowerment, and then also Island Girl Power. 3 nonprofits already doing a lot of the great work. And so here, being born and raised here, it was important for me to give back, but I was looking for not recreating something that already existed. And so I started going out with the school social workers and the CPAs, their outreach team, and asking them each time I came, what can I bring? Or what is the need? And so a couple of years ago, the biggest need was shoes. And that's what I did. At that time, I did a donation drive in Kansas City, and I brought the shoes out, and we went and passed them out. And so this time it was, again, shoes. And I was like, okay, but you know what? I'm ready to do more. I don't believe that it should just be, oh, I'm doing a donation drive in Kansas City and bringing shoes. But really the true win is when the heart and the community that you live in, where you're experiencing the homelessness, rallies behind you. And so that's why I did a donation drive in Kansas City. I have a few boxes of shoes that have been shipped out with me. And then we're continuing by having the shoe drive here. Great responses I've had.
Yes.
And
it's also self-perpetuating, if I may interject for a second, because I know with a lot of projects of this nature, when, people, as you said, they realize that there are people in the world, despite their own situation, that care for them, that realize them, and they say, we want to help you, and this is not going to go on forever, and you can get out of this, and we want to do all we can to get you to that point. And more than any other type of like community outreach product, when you have something like that, when you reach out to children, they always come back and they say, someone helped me when I was a kid. I want to do that for somebody else. I want to give back. It's now you actually ingrain it in that young person's DNA to say, it's inherent as your responsibility as an islander to help somebody else because someone helped you when you were young. And I think that's wonderful.
Yes. And like I said, the response has been wonderful, from the Guam Running Club to, the Teacher Union Association to UOG, to the mayors, and then everyone on Facebook, just even sharing the flyer, neighbors telling each other about it. The response has been wonderful. And that's, to me, what really tells a child, like, yes, you're seen here. You're seen by other people who are invested in helping make a change in your life.
Well, Lori, I got to tell you, you had me at hello, because whenever it comes to like, getting involved and helping the community, it's part of who we are as Guamanians. Our concept of inafamaulik means to take care of your neighbor, your family member, even a complete stranger. If we both inhabit this island together, I'm going to take care of you, you're going to take care of me. So I know everybody's watching right now wants to know, how can we get involved, and exactly what types of shoes are we looking for? Are we looking for dress shoes, loafers, cross trainers?
No, that's a really good point, because, I'm still learning too. And my flyer might not have communicated. I was showing a child wearing a flip-flop, because we all wore Zoris growing up here.
Sure.
But that's
still do.
That isn't really the safe choice for school. And the school uniform says that it needs to be a closed-toed shoe. And my goal, yes, closed-toed's great. My goal would be, take it a step further, your running shoes, your tennis shoes, because then that gives that child the ability on the playground to run alongside with everyone else in PE, to be able to be a participant in PE class. And then maybe even if they want to join a sport, they can use that pair of tennis shoes for their sport. So closed-toes tennis shoes is definitely preferred. And then tennis shoes is even a step up. It's the real win.
So closed-toe shoes, just for so it can be used in a variety of settings, a variety of contexts. You can wear it all day. So I know everybody on Guam wants to help, and we know, again, everybody wants to give as much as we can, but we're not looking for Manolo Blahniks. We're not trying to do like the all red Louboutins or anything like that. Closed-toe shoes for kids. And what condition do they have to be in, Lori? Are we looking for, right off the rack in the store, or, slightly used, or?
So I feel like the unique thing that makes this something that includes everyone is that, yes, new shoes, that's amazing. If you have the opportunity to be able to donate that, great. But I also think a lot of us who maybe aren't in the position to go out and buy a brand new pair of shoes, we have more than one pair of tennis shoes around the house. At least I know I do. I have a pair, I buy a new one every year. And then the pair below, like the pair I'm not wearing, it's just as nice, but it's now my last year's pair.
Still serviceable, still usable.
Yes. And all I do is I normally give them a good washing. I scrub the soles because you'd find too that sometimes it's just a little bit of dirt on it. But I don't donate ones that have holes because to me that's defeating the purpose for the child. And so I do ask that they don't have holes in the tennis shoe and that they're gently worn so a child feels like this is still something that he can feel like.
As the saying goes, you know, it's not a hand down, it's a hand up. You're actually empowering you're empowering the spirit and the character of a young person by your own generosity. Excellent. Okay, and there are three drop-off locations for the moment. I know you plan on having more, but there are 3 ones conveniently located in the north, central, and southern part of the island.
Oh, I have 6.
Oh, there are 6 now. Okay.
My sister had to use. Even now, she whispered 6 to me. She's right. So we have UOG.
Well, we love your sister. She never stops working, so that doesn't surprise me at all. How you've already expanded. You've doubled your coverage in a matter of minutes. That's so Kelly.
So UOG has 2 drop-off spots, and then 3 of the mayor's offices. We wanted to cover from top to the bottom of the island. So we have Jigo, we have Manilao, and we have Inalahan.
Excellent.
And then we also have Adelupe Point.
All right. So we're conveniently located. I mean, technically you could even hike there, but it's not going to be a far drive. You're not going to burn through half your tank of gas trying to do that, and you're doing something that's certainly needed by our community. You do need these by a certain day, though, Lori. And we just talked to the superintendent of public education right before you came on, and plans are in place to hopefully get more warm bodies back in seats on campus and everything like that. So when do you need these shoes by?
By September 19th.
Okay.
Yes, and that's the reason the September 19th is so it gives me the opportunity to start receiving them, washing them, and getting them in pristine condition. Sometimes, if a shoelace is broke, I'll go out and buy replacement laces, lace them. So I'm doing the work to get them in their best condition. So I need a few days to do that. So September 19th is the last day.
Now, before I let you go, I know we've done some donations when it comes to footwear, and people always say, if you want to donate socks, that's a wonderful gesture. But because they sit on the feet and everything like that, socks are normally kind of like not really taken. Because these are shoes, should people that are making donations, even if they're gently worn, should they take the initiative to kind of spray them down maybe with a disinfectant, or do you guys take care of that on your side?
I take care of that on my side.
Okay.
So making it as easy as possible for them. It's simply a drop off, and then I will go ahead and do the washing and getting them in their best condition.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, if you have the means, everybody, please do help, because something as simple and as inconsequential as a pair of shoes might slip your mind about how important this is. But for a young person in need, this means the world. So, Lori, thank you very much for your generosity, for taking the lead on this and everything. And hi, Kelly. Thank you again, Kelly.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right. You're amazing. So make sure to check out everybody. There she is. Hi, Kelly.
Yeah, and I just want to mention, we hear stories that the kids can't go to school, and so some of them they're just not showing up because they don't have the proper shoes. They were saying that they might be able to get by with a pair of jeans if they don't have the proper shorts or pants, but when it comes to shoes, they really need those in order to go. And so we don't want to, when they get to go back, we don't want to hold any of them back from feeling like or actually being able to go to school.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
All right. Any pair of shoes helps everybody, but remember, please, gently worn, closed-toe shoes. They don't have to be Jordans. You guys don't have to go out and get the Air Force Ones. That'd be great if you did. I'm not going to stop you. But again, this is going to mean so much to the lives of some really wonderful young people in our community. So, Kelly, thanks again. Lori, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, likewise. And we are going to be back. We're going to play a clip from Dr. Lombard talking about what's going on with infections. But, of course, that was the Greater Good segment, brought to you by our friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial, where they tell you to celebrate life. J. Goodman has quality products, best customer support, and friendly service. Order 24/7 at GuamGoodman.com. Pick up in person and free delivery Order with confidence because it is the J. Goodman Way and Guam Whitmer Memorial, where love is everlasting. If you would like more information about them or just schedule a tour of their beautiful facility, and it is gorgeous, call 688-6371. The doctor is in. He's standing by, and we're going to play his clip right after this.
Make it through the week with Monday's Work Week weather.
This season of The
forecast.
Voice promises to be the best one yet, with singer Ariana Grande joining the star-studded coach lineup, including John Legend, Blake Shelton, and Kelly Clarkson.
Happen to see how last season ended? I won.
But that's why I'm here.
To get you hyped up for the big premiere, KUAM Communications are giving you the chance to win $500 daily between September 13th to September 17th for showing us how much you love The Voice. All you have to do is listen to The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook Live, and when prompted, call in with your answer to The Voice Daily Trivia Challenge. And then on premiere day, September 21st, check out KUAM Digital for a special bonus question and another chance to win $500. Visit KUAM.com for official rules and regulations. Some restrictions apply.
The Voice, brought to you locally by First Hawaiian Bank. The KUAM Care Force present The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
feeling pneumatic, well, my family rolls. It's a hot summer day, and we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now, what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise, yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast, yo. I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Sand beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose.
Good day, everybody. Welcome back to The Link. I know we've been talking a lot about the FEMA team and their delay, which also falls into the fact that the infusion center, which was supposed to open up today, also delayed. So yesterday I actually had emailed Frank Mansell. He is with FEMA. You may remember him at the beginning of the pandemic. He was on island. He was handling the media.
Yeah.
And so he's now back in the mainland. So, and he's still the point person for
FEMA
comment.
Frank.
Yeah, FEMA Frank. So I did get a response from him, and he says that FEMA is coordinating the deployment of contract technical and medical staff to Guam to help with monoclonal vaccinations. Scheduling of staff is tied directly to awarding a contract and finalizing task orders for the two requests. As these are contract employees, staffing numbers required review, approval, and standards of performance needed to be identified. Travel orders are now being prepared, and the 3 5-member monoclonal and vaccination teams will arrive September 24th to support Guam's public health mission. 2 on-island logisticians are coordinating administration and team's arrival. 2 clinical laboratory scientists with U.S. Public Health Service arrived Friday, September 10th to work with Public Health's lab. And then on September 13th, FEMA received a request for up to 15 registered nurses. A mission assignment was issued to the Department of Defense, and the nurses should arrive within 14 days. So that would be the 27th. Right.
Okay. So the reason for the delay is?
Sounds like some scheduling and paperwork issues.
9:46. Let's go ahead and play this clip from Dr. Peter Lombard. It was a part of our daily question in the KUM News Instagram. Again, it's Dr. Peter Lombard, and he's discussing vaccinations. Guys, we're giving away $500 before the end of the show, and the end of the show is coming up real soon. So keep it where you got it, and your chance to win $500 with our Voice Premier giveaway coming up right here on The Link. Good morning.
This shows the key points here. Moderna is, with its waning immunity and immunity against Delta, it looks like Moderna is a little bit better than Pfizer, and both are better than Johnson & Johnson by a fair amount, but all of them are better than being unvaccinated against Delta. This is specifically against Delta because this is only cases from June to August in 9 states. We know this is Delta. So I think there's a little bit of a difference between the two mRNAs. I think there's possibly some reasons for that. We know that the Moderna dose is a little bit higher. Pfizer chose a lesser dose, hopefully to decrease the side effects. And you might have heard this too, but the 3-week spacing versus the 4-week spacing, that might actually be pretty critical in terms of a more robust response to the second dose. And even in England, they have been forcing people to wait 2 to 3 months because they know that the immune response, if you wait longer for the second dose, is going to be higher. And that's why I think maybe England is doing a little bit better than Israel, for example. Israel kept the 3-week dosing. So the dose and timing might be responsible for the little bit of difference between Moderna and Pfizer. But again, key point here, they're all still working against Delta compared to being unvaccinated, even with waning immunity. This is real preliminary data on the booster. Okay, so people, how effective is this booster? These are people here in this group of cohorts, no booster. And these are people here with the booster, and this is the number of cases that we're seeing now. So it's extremely protective to get the booster shot. Now, of course, we don't know how long it's going to last, and this is part of the ongoing issue with this novel coronavirus. And these new vaccines, there's still things we're learning every day. I think there's good reason to believe and to hope that this one booster is going to last a long time, and we won't have to keep going back for boosters every few months. So again, coming back to our initial questions, why is this happening? I think we definitely have waning immunity. We vaccinated ourselves well and very early. We have a lot fewer restrictions out there. I think there are also some super spreader cluster events, which I've heard about anecdotally, that I think are probably maybe the most important reason why we have such a surge right now on an island. Public health has had its challenges, and the high proportion of new cases and and hospitalizations being fully vaccinated is not unique to Guam. People need to know that, and expected to continue to increase the more people we have vaccinated. Can we keep our kids safe? I think the goal should be to open our schools if we can. We need to give the schools more resources. Maybe some of that extra pot of money that they're spending on tourism, maybe consider using that for the schools, because I think that should be a big priority for us. We do have to get our economy going. I get that, but let's not forget about the kids either. Yes, the vaccine is still efficacious against Delta, even 6 to 8 months, even without the booster, but the booster will help significantly. I'd say do it for the kids, but I think for people that are anti-vaccine, I don't even think that's going to really resonate with them, because they're going to say kids do so well against it. It's like, sure, you're seeing more cases in the kids, but they're all going to do fine. This is, again, you either believe the data or you don't. I think that's some of the problem. You can show them the same data, and they just don't believe it. They think there's reasons why, that's why, there's different reasons. Those aren't true cases and this and that. So I don't know what to say. If you don't believe the data, then I guess that's where the conversation has to stop. I guess.
There's so many different schools of and I don't like calling it anti-vax, because you got some people don't want to take it because they're health conscious or whatever, and they're vegan and they don't, you know what I mean? They just don't do that kind of thing. Then you got the other people who are like, it's a government conspiracy. Then you got the other people who are like, we don't have enough data on whether or not it's safe, and we should have have an informed choice, right? So it's definitely
Yeah, that's true. There are many reasons, and the vocal folks that have a lot of questions and concerns or are not swayed yet, they're very influential, and I think that it's the classic. You're in an echo chamber where you're only talking to people who think like you, and I don't know. I think you really need to go to the hospitals. If you don't believe that these hospitalizations are from COVID, prove it by going to the hospital. Look at these cases that are being admitted and see what kind of illnesses there. There's even people in the hospital that don't think they have COVID. They think it's something else, and so how do you combat that? I don't know. Now, this last graph here just shows that these are all the states. This is the percent vaccinated in the states on the x-axis, and these are the hospitalization numbers for kids. And so you can clearly see the trend here. The more vaccinated people you have in your state, the less pediatric hospitalizations you're going to have. Again, we thankfully don't have a lot of kids that have died from this, but we're going to continue to see more in low numbers, and that is a big tragedy. So my optimistic outlook here is that we have already peaked. That's my optimistic outlook, and that's based on the bad news and the good news that we're as bad as I've seen anywhere right now. The other positive thing to take from where we are now is that we've got a lot of people with hybrid immunity. We know now that natural immunity actually gives pretty good defense, and then if you get vaccinated on top of that, you're like super protected. And I think that if you're vaccinated and then you get exposed, I think you're also even more protected than if you had been vaccinated. It might even be as good as a booster shot. So I think we have a lot more people with hybrid immunity. You look at 1,500 cases potentially every day out there. A lot of those people are vaccinated too. So I think overall we're continuing to protect ourselves. We will see a booster effect once that gets out to us. I think maybe another 5 deaths as we're trending down this surge, and we still have an opportunity to continue to vaccinate people that we haven't been able to reach yet. The pessimistic outlook is that we still see cases rising. I can't see it going more than double would be shocking over the current numbers, and we may get to the point where our hospitals, one or all of them, have to ration care, 20, 30 more deaths, and maybe a pediatric death or 2. That would be kind of the pessimistic outlook, which I don't think we're moving in that direction. I think that downplaying the seriousness of COVID and not trusting the data, I don't know what to say. I mean, if people have questions, true questions, and they don't know what to believe, and I think that's a big challenge. They don't know what to believe. They hear somebody that they respect and they trust saying one thing, and then they hear something on the other side from somebody else that they trust. Well, what do you do with that? And some people aren't don't have the tools to be able to really figure out what's the right answer here and what the truth is. So, my take-home points would be, I hope you can believe that the young age groups, which are largely unvaccinated, they are driving the Delta surge in Guam. I hope that's believable, just by taking the ages of the people that are testing positive. Okay, and this has led to full hospitals. that are full of both vaccinated breakthrough cases and unvaccinated. But the people that are dying are the ones that are unvaccinated, mostly. Okay, even though we are seeing breakthrough cases, you're still more protected than being unvaccinated. So if you're not vaccinated, you're contributing to the surge. I don't know. Maybe that's going to resonate. I don't know. The U.S. COVID deaths is 9/11. I don't know. I've seen a lot of stories the past couple of days, and it's been very emotional taking yourself back to that day and that moment. And they had close to 3,000 deaths, which was like, holy crap, 3,000 deaths. I mean, you can kind of wrap your head around that. But as the COVID deaths started getting higher and higher, it just became like, yeah, you don't even care anymore, And we've seen in the United States alone 220 9/11 deaths. That's how incredible. That's how dramatic and how many deaths that we've had. And again, you just can't even wrap your head around that. Imagine going through a 9/11 every day consecutively for 220 days. And I think that's pretty impactful. And going back to the Groundhog Day, how did Groundhog Day end? Jason knows. Jason, how did Groundhog Day end? Do you remember?
It repeated.
How did he finally break the cycle? He stopped being selfish. Yeah. He started caring about other people, and I think that there's a lesson there that if even though we have these personal reasons that make sense to us, and if you can trust somebody that they're telling you data that's true, and we're saying if we're all vaccinated, we're going to be better off, and if we use that, take that idea and say let's think about each other and do this together, then maybe we can finally break out of this Groundhog Day cycle.
So there's my question for you, Doc, because and I like the phrase you used earlier, and you said there's a certain amount of the population who, because of the lack of faith in data, or they just haven't been proven. You said they haven't been swayed yet. Key elements. So do you feel as a health practitioner that the crux of the work should now be like towards education to try and get people on that, on that way of thinking, because there are going to be some people, and this is a proven point, who either because of healthcare concerns or because of faith beliefs and everything like that, they just cannot. Nothing in the world is going to allow them to do that. But for the people who have not, and I'm an advertising major, so I'm thinking of trying to encourage people to change their buying decision, if you will. So, but from a healthcare standpoint, should there be a more concerted effort to try and say, let's get the message to you to let you confidently take the vaccine?
Yeah. Well, I think that there's a selective tune out when they start hearing messages that go against what they believe. I think there are plenty of videos out there of people who are against being vaccinated, and once they're in the hospital, they're suffering and they're intubated or about to be intubated, and they say there's plenty of videos that show them saying, "I'm sorry, that's how I felt, and I wish I hadn't thought that way. Please get vaccinated." There's so many videos like that. But if you wanted to even show that to somebody who didn't really fit what they believed, I don't think they would want to listen to or watch it. And so I think that there's going to be a selective just tuning out, even if you did try. We may not be very, we may not have much chance at all to try to reach some of the people that are still holding out from being vaccinated, and I don't know what to do about that.
Right on. There's Dr. Peter Lombard and a discussion we had, I want to say Monday, right here on the link. It's 9:59. Good time to give away $500.
Yes.
Tell us all about it, Jay.
Who wants $500? Now
I
The
do.
Voice, and that is exactly why we're doing this. The Voice premieres next Tuesday on TV8 at 7 p.m. And to celebrate, of course, we're giving away cash prizes of $500 daily all week. And this
$500. What other ways?
Ariana Grande joins. May I call you Ariana? Miss Grande joins. You are going to be living pretty grande if you get $500.
You sure are.
Yeah. She joins Blake Shelton, Kelly Clarkson, and John Legend for an exciting new season filled with pure magic. Watch the season premiere next Tuesday, 7 p.m. only on KUAM TV 8.
All right, and so it's so easy. All we need you to do is answer a voice trivia question.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jay.
So,
you guys ready? 637-0094. You have to be a resident of Guam to win.
You should just have us on speed dial. That's honestly the easiest way. So here you go. Your question today, the trivia. First correct caller at 637-0094. Who is John Legend's guest advisor this season on The Voice? Is it Miley Cyrus, Beyonce, Camila Cabello, or Billie Eilish? Woo!
There you go. One more time.
That's a all-star list right there, man. That's a
Pretty
1926
awesome.
Yankees.
Is
it Miley Cyrus? Came in like a wrecking ball. Beyonce.
You can't say that, Jay. You got to be like, is it Miley Cyrus? That came in like a wrecking ball.
There you go. Chris, a big Hannah Montana fan, obviously.
Okay.
Is it Beyonce? Bree, can you sing Crazy in Love?
No.
Crazy in love.
I think you mixed two different songs.
There you go. Well, Mrs. Jay-Z, we'll say.
Yeah.
All right. Camila Cabello, who is huge on Instagram.
Yeah.
A cajillion followers. Or
That's her song, right?
There you go.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's hers originally, but she made it popular.
Okay. Or is it Billie Eilish, the person who really...
There's just no time to die.
There you go. If you didn't think you can whisper and sing and sweep the Grammys and
How is that, though? Is that
make
right?
$1 million bucks?
No.
There's just no time to die.
No.
Okay. So there you go. Who's John Legend's guest advisor this season on The Voice? Miley Cyrus, Beyonce, Camila Cabello, Billie Eilish, 637-0094. The phones are now unbusied, and let's go ahead and go to the phones here on the link. Good morning. Who's this?
This is John.
John, good morning.
Hi, John.
Good morning. Good morning.
You sound so serious, bro.
Hey, you got the same...
Serious. He wants to win.
Yeah, John, you got the same first name as John Legend, obviously.
Right. Can you turn down your radio a little bit, Chelu?
Yes.
Thank you. Right on.
All right, John, so you ready to rock?
Yes.
All right, so your question once again. Who is John Legend's guest advisor this season on The Voice? Chris is going to sing some sample songs. Is it Miley Cyrus?
I came in like a wrecking ball.
Is it Beyonce Knowles?
I've been thinking. I've been drinking.
Oh.
Anime!
Nice. Is it Camila Cabello?
Havana la la la.
Camila Cabello.
Camila Cabello.
Is that your final answer, John?
Yes.
So
man,
close.
John.
So close, in fact, that you are correct.
Absolutely
Nice
correct.
job, John. Woo!
Oh, Jay put a Mullard there. Congratulations. You just won $500 from The Voice. Tune into the premiere next Tuesday, September 7 p.m. Only on NBC KUAM TV 8 for an exciting season with pop sensation Ariana Grande joining Blake Shelton, Kelly Clarkson, and John Legend. Of course, The Voice coaches. How excited are you for this $500, John?
Excited. Yeah.
Okay, John, you got a really good set of pipes. Obviously, we want to. We just need you to do one more thing. You can do. We need you to do a shout out song. You can sing.
Anything
we
want.
had somebody yesterday sing the happy birthday, but we need you to do a shout out to somebody out there. It can be a cousin, can be a significant other.
We want you to bring it, though, because Monday they sang "You Are My Sunshine, My Only," and then yesterday was "Happy Birthday." So they're really picking like the easiest songs.
We can sing any song.
Any song,
Yes,
bro. That doesn't
Okay.
have cuss words, please.
Okay. No cuss words.
Okay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Wow.
Nice. Good job, man.
Very bassy. Congratulations, John.
Congratulations.
Hey, hold the line. We're going to get all your private information, okay?
All right.
Thank you very much. There you go.
Congratulations, John.
So easy for you guys. We're doing it again tomorrow, okay? 500 big ones, just like that. So how easy was that? That was too easy.
Too easy.
Too easy. All he did was sing happy birthday and guess a trivia question. He's $500 richer.
Too easy. More trivia, Chris Barnett. More trivia. I like it. I love it. I want more of it. Make it hurt, Chris Barnett. Make it hurt. Huh!
I don't know where that came from. But KUM TV, thank you guys so much. It's been a great show.
I don't qualify for the 500.
No, you don't.
Oh, okay.
No,
I
right.
probably owe you guys 500 for like having to listen to that.
Bree, good job.
Good job.
Joe, sir, good job. Jason, great work today.
All right.
This has
Be
been
safe,
another
everybody.
episode of The Link. We got your back with our primetime newscast at 6 with the KUAM News. Until then, Link fam, we out. Está. Adios.
Bye.
Neil Armstrong waited